Hi. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. I'm happy that you're here. I'm glad to have you. What's going on?
I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. What's going on, Miss Melody?
Nothing much. I was just running around trying to get prepared for this interview I was so excited about. Um, I'm just happy that I have a passport bro here to talk to because I've been hearing a lot of things, positive and negative, about passport bros. So I'm happy
Mm,
you're
okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be here and let's get this conversation going.
Let's go. So, tell me a little about yourself. First of all, where are you from?
All right. So I am born and raised in Brooklyn, New York City. Went to high
Oh,
school in New Jersey. So I lived in Newark, New Jersey. Went to high school in Montclair, New Jersey. And then from there, went back to the city. And then 10 years ago, I relocated to Massachusetts. So maybe about 30 minutes north, about 30 to 35 minutes north of Boston.
oh, wow, you've been everywhere. So, from all those places you've lived, what was your best? What was your favorite place to be?
My favorite place to live. See, that's a good question, right? So I would
Mhm.
say my favorite place to live would probably be Brooklyn, due to the fact of my Caribbean background. So where I grew up Flatbush, Brooklyn, to be exact. So, um, like it was basically like little Caribbean, like like my neighbors were either Haitian, uh, Trinidadian, Guyanese, Bayesian, from the Barbados, so we call them Bajans,
Mhm.
and then we had our Hispanics, our Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, some Cubans too, but definitely like we had our Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. So I like that everyone knew each other, different cultures, different backgrounds. So that I would say that I like that. I like that
So,
the most. Newark too. Newark too. I
I
did
was
like Newark
going to say,
too.
you better pick up Jersey. Okay, we're not going to do that right now.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I definitely, yeah. Newark too. Newark definitely has a place in my heart. 973. Um,
Yes.
yeah. So I would say, but I mean, if I had to pick my number one, it would definitely be Brooklyn, and then number two would be Jersey, and number three would be where I'm at now. But I like
Okay.
all three places for different reasons. You know what I mean? So.
Right, but you came from the hood in New Jersey. You said Newark. That's like one of the hardest hoods in Jersey. How was that? You weren't like, how was
Yeah.
that living where so much crime and poverty?
I mean, in Brooklyn, it was. I mean, in Brooklyn, it was like that as well. The one thing that I will say, growing up in the neighborhood, is that like everyone knew everyone, and yeah, it definitely wasn't safe, but
Hmm.
but you but you did have some of the older folks like that would look out for you. You know,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
Now, if you out late night, the older folks, they in bed, so they're not looking out for you. You out,
No.
you out for yourself.
And I can imagine that you didn't really hang out at night in Newark or in New York.
Well, yes, I did. So a little bit about me. So I have a club promoter background. So I was throwing events. So I was throwing events in New Jersey and in New York City. And there's a club called Webster Hall, and I actually managed Webster Hall for a while.
Wow, I know about Webster Hall.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to go there. I also have a background in like hosting parties and promoting parties, and I was a bottle girl, so I know that life. I know that nightlife, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely,
Definitely.
absolutely. It's funny, we might have crossed paths before too, in person.
Oh, trust me, you will remember if you cross paths with me. You would definitely remember. But no,
Yeah,
we probably did.
yep,
We definitely probably did.
absolutely.
So, well, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh yeah, no worries. So I'm 37 and I'll be 38 in February.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're not an Aries. Well, I'm an Aries. I'm a March baby. You're not. You're not an
No,
Aries.
I'm an Aquarius.
Aquarius. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. At the beginning of February.
Beginning, yeah, not the end.
Yeah.
Got you. So, why did you decide to make your channel, and how long have you been on YouTube for?
A good question. So, what made me start my channel? So, I started my channel with one of my best friends who I went to high school with, and he goes by the name the Flyboy Way. And so, he and I would travel together, and I would just see him like just pull out his camera, videotaping, just just getting content and stuff like that, and just watching his channel and just watching his channel grow, um, kind of inspired me. And then what he would do is that he would have like he would do like a live stream, and it would basically be like a pregame before he traveled to a whatever destination that we were going to. And
Mhm.
so he would pull, he would have me on the panel, and so I would be, and having these conversations. And so he pulled me to the side and he said, you should start your own channel. And so I was like, well, I never really, I was like, well, what would I call it? And then he kind of just broke everything down to me as far as like the things that I like to talk about. And so he said, well, these are things that you can actually talk about on YouTube. And
Mhm.
so I just started following a lot of content creators that were talking about the things that interest me, as far as dating, relationships, traveling, and things of that sort. And then last year of July, that was when I officially launched my channel. And then I
Mhm.
really didn't start to take it serious until I would say late December, early January of this year. So that was when I really got my behind in gear.
Yeah, well, I'm happy that you did. And everybody, please check out his content and also drop his links. I need all my mods to drop his channel link in the chat. And if you could, can you do it too, King?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, man. One of your mods, he's actually one of my mods too. Shout out to you, Tim Howard. I see you, bro.
Oh yeah, shout out to you. Make sure you drop that link. Drop
Yep.
it. Keep dropping it. Flood the chat room with it.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
so,
man.
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, Tim Howard. Yeah, Tim Howard was good for that, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, he just dropped it too.
Thank you, Tim. We appreciate you for that. So subscribe to him if you're not subscribed already. Okay, so why did you start traveling? I hear a lot of men saying they're trying to get away from the women in America, but why did you start traveling?
Well, interestingly enough, so I've had my passport since I was about 2.5, 3 years old. So I have been traveling. I have been traveling since then as an adolescent, and as an adult, I've always just wanted to just travel and just see different locations, learn about different cultures and things of that sort. So when it comes to like the woman and men being upset and getting their passport and things like that, like I had already been doing that
Mhm.
prior to I guess men really just being frustrated with the way that dating and relationships and marriage are these days in the West.
Right. So you've been a passport bro since you were a little kid. You was a passport.
Basically, right? Exactly. Yeah. So I've had my passport since I was 3 years old. So I've been traveling outside of the country, uh, you know, for a long time. So this isn't anything new to me.
See, look at that. I have a real passport bro here. You're a true passport bro.
Absolutely,
Right?
absolutely. There's 195 countries in this world, and my thing is that like, why not go see these countries? And I understand why brothers are upset now, and they're taking their talents overseas, if you will. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
good to see. That's good to see the ladies, but let's and a lot of us, well, I don't want to jump too far, so I'll yeah,
Yes,
I'll
I got a
stop
lot
right
of
there.
questions. Yes, save the questions for me. All right. So, okay, so do you speak any other languages besides English?
I speak some Spanish. I speak some Spanish, and and of course Jamaican patois.
You are Jamaican, right?
I am Jamaican, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that. I figured that because you said you was from the part of New York you're from. There's a lot of Jamaicans there, so kind of
Oh,
figured,
absolutely. Yep.
right?
Yep.
So, so you speak Spanish and patois.
Yes, Jamaican patois. Yep.
Nice, nice. See, because a lot of guys they travel, but they don't know the language, so it makes it harder for them to get around. I've heard a lot of guys say they don't speak other languages in the space.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the thing is that right. So some brothers who travel, they are learning the language, and
Mhm.
there are some brothers like who who don't learn who aren't learning the language, and they probably either have like someone there who speaks English, so
Mhm.
that's able to help them out.
Right.
So in a lot of these countries, especially like if you're like near like the metropolitan areas, if you will,
Mhm.
there are people that speak English, so they don't necessarily have to learn the language.
Right.
But if they want to get outside of the metropolitan area, then it is good to learn the language or at least be conversational.
Exactly. Agreed. Definitely agree with that. So, where is your favorite place to visit?
So currently, my favorite place to visit is Colombia.
Why is that?
So when I first went to Colombia, I went with the Flyboy Way. Shout out to him. And so we went right before C-19, right? And so February, and every year in February, I always travel somewhere, whether it's domestic or international. So uh, December of 2019, he was telling me that he was going to go to Colombia. There's this festival in Barranquilla, and it's actually the second, I think, the second biggest festival in Latin America, and Brazil is number one. So we ended up going over there and really had a great time at the festival. The people in Colombia were just so friendly, and there's a lot of Afro Colombians, so there are a lot of people, that look like me, that look like you know what I mean, and I was pleasantly surprised, and
Right.
so and then also another place that I went to is called Palenque. So Palenque is probably about an hour and a half away from Barranquilla. And so what a lot
Mhm.
of people don't know about Palenque, Palenque is actually the first town where runaway slaves turned it into their own territory in all of the Americas. So North, Central, and South America.
Wow.
Yep.
I never knew that.
Right.
You learn a lot from Passport Bros. I'm learning.
Absolutely, absolutely. So with Palenque, so with Palenque, they're like the people there just are very friendly, and it was a very humbling experience because their living conditions are the things that we complain about in our day to day. If you go over
Mhm.
there, you would say, wow, I really don't have anything to complain about
Wow.
because yeah, the living conditions there are it's poverty level, below poverty level, just to be transparent. But the thing is that those people, they would give you their shirt off their back if you needed it, and
Mhm.
they are very
Awesome.
friendly people. Yeah,
Right. So they're living in poverty, but they're
hmm,
really nice. That's interesting
right,
because they say people here, the reason why they're so mean and have attitudes is because they live in poverty. But it's different for people overseas. It's the opposite.
right,
Okay, that's interesting. Well,
yep. And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. You can finish.
Oh yeah, no, and then I was gonna say, and then a few months after that, a few months after that, then I went to Medellin, Colombia, and Medellin is a metropolitan city. Uh, like the part of Medellin where I started going to. It's an area called Poblado, and Poblado kind of reminds me of like Midtown. Kind of reminds me of like Midtown Manhattan. There's just a lot of people speak. Well, all of them. Most of the people there speak Spanish, right? And
Mhm.
so I just kept going there, and then I got an apartment there, and so now, excuse me, and so now I go there about 6 to 8 times a year, and when I'm not there, I turn that into an Airbnb. So I
Smart.
rent my apartment out, yeah, when I'm not there.
That's smart. Yeah, because my next question was, are you considering moving to another country? But I didn't know you already had a place in Colombia.
Yes. So right now, so my son is 8 years old, and once he becomes an adult, then I will relocate out of the U.S. full time. But right now, I'm not able to do that because I still want to be part of his life as he's grown up, especially with the stigma of black men not being there for their children. I don't want to be
Mhm.
that. I don't want to be in that statistic. So
Yeah, exactly. And it's not a good position to be in.
right.
Um, yeah, so I can scratch this question. I was going to ask, did you start traveling to get away from the American women? But you already explained that you've been traveling since you
Right.
were 20. But when you travel, does it make you happy to be away from the American black woman?
I don't want to just say black woman though, because I think that that is a misconception, right? And I guess the reason why is because a lot of the uptick in the passport bro movement is black men, right? And so
Mhm.
what I would say is that it's more or less of the westernized cultured women that are uncooperative, and they have this masculine energy that, at least for myself and a lot of brothers that I communicate with, want to get away from. So it's not just black women, it's the westernized culture woman. So
Okay.
it could be a westernized Asian woman, it could be a westernized white woman, it could be a westernized Latina. It's not just the sisters.
So it's not just the sisters, it's pretty much everybody who's westernized. So
Yeah.
it okay. I got it. So you just pretty much want to get away from American women and I get it. I definitely get
Right.
it. But
Yeah. We got brothers in the UK, and they say that it is just as bad over there as well. So
right. So my next question for you is, are the women there more submissive than American women? Is that the real reason a lot of brothers want to get away from here?
yeah, they're yeah, they're definitely more submissive, and not to say like they don't have like their problems over there. The thing is that like the women are more cooperative and are willing to follow willing to follow a man's lead. So like, and they're raised in the traditional sense where like the man is head of household. Now that doesn't mean that the woman doesn't have an opinion, right? The woman definitely has an opinion, but the man is the head of household. The final decision, rides with that man, and that man is expected to be that leader. And men, we want to be leaders for the most part. There are some men, obviously, you know, they just, they're not leaders and they have to step their game up. But I'm speaking to most of the men who do travel, and the men who I'm in, constant communication with. They are leaders, and they want a woman to be in a supportive role. And those women, overseas, they have no problem being in that supportive role. They actually expect to be in that supportive role.
Right. Well, we know the reason why a lot of westernized women are not in that supportive role is because feminism is a big part of the Western culture.
Right.
Feminism. So, is feminism as big in other countries as it is in America, or do they have feminism at all in these countries?
Uh, so there are, so that's interesting, right? So they are starting to, like, you are starting to see some feminism, come into play because, like, you have the Americanized culture that is starting to seep through, whether it be on television, media, and stuff like that. So these countries overseas, they're watching like the American content. So you are starting to see some of it, but for the most part, no, it's still traditional there. Men are still valued, men are still head of household, and men are still appreciated.
Right. So, they're just better women overall. Let's be honest. They do
Yes,
everything better.
yeah, I mean, yeah, better in the sense that they're cooperative. Yes, absolutely.
Right. Well, not only are they cooperative, I've heard what's his name? Austin?
Austin Holloman, shout out to Austin. That's my guy
Shout out
right
to
there.
him. Right. I also heard him say that their hygiene is better than American women. And also they're more in shape than American women. What's your take on that?
As far as hygiene, well, I don't want to say like American women don't have bad hygiene, but what I will say is that especially in Colombia, like they take like women take like probably like three showers a day, if not more. So they are very clean, like, and then when it comes to, I'm sorry, you said hygiene, and what was the second part?
And like weight.
Oh,
Like
wait, yes, correct. Yeah, so the thing is, like, so they know that they have to compete because there's so many beautiful women in Colombia, not just Colombia, but in all these countries, that they know that, like, in order to keep a man, they're going to have to compete for him. So
mhm,
shout out to Taylor Made Dreams. He said this one time, and he said that you could throw a rock and you could hit 30 beautiful women, and that is true. That is true
yeah.
because, yeah. So these women know that they have to compete, whereas in the United States, seeing a beautiful woman, depending on where you live, is kind of few and far in between. But over there, there's so many beautiful women. These women know that they have to compete,
Yeah, they
especially
know.
for a foreigner, like, and because they know in order for us to travel there, we have to have some means. We have to have something going for ourselves to be able to be over there.
Right. Right, exactly. I do agree with that. Um Another thing I wanted to ask you is, do a lot of them have BBLs? Like, are a lot of them unnatural women?
I don't want to say a lot, but there's a portion that do get BBLs. I'm not, me in particular, I'm not really attracted to that. That's
Mhm.
not my deal. I'm not really into that. I prefer my woman to be natural.
Right. Yeah, because excuse me, I'm sorry. I heard a lot of them go under the knife to keep their bodies right. And they also work out. What so you said you would never date an unnatural woman with a fake body, right?
Yes.
How could you tell if it's natural or not?
Well, you can tell. Well, you can tell, like, if you're grabbing a woman, on her top, and like it's not soft, you can tell. And or if you're grabbing her bottom and it's not soft, you can just tell. You can just tell.
Right. Well, since you've been going overseas, when you come back here, is it hard for you to date American Black women after being over there with those beautiful submissive women?
Is it hard? I don't know if I would say hard, but what I would say is that as I get, as I get older, my tolerance has has lessened. Like, especially like, the older I get, um, the more focused on myself, the the more resources I'm obtaining,
Hmm.
the less tolerance I have for nonsense. So I'll answer it that way.
Okay, that's a good answer. All right, so how do the families of the women you date in other countries treat you? Like, are they prejudiced against you because you're an American black man?
No, so I have been in a relationship with a woman, almost about 3 years, and she and I just recently broke up in August, and her mother, well, her parents, mother and father, really liked me a lot, and her father just asked me what my motives was, and he just addressed me as a man, and that's something that I can respect. Didn't matter whether I was from the United States or not. This is a man that's with his daughter, and he just wants to know what his intentions are. He wants to make sure that his baby girl is going to be cared for, and any father should want that for his daughter.
True. So they just welcomed you with open arms. Nobody look at you funny. Nobody treat you differently.
No, no. I mean, and also, well, the thing is that also, I've taken the time to I've taken the time to be interested in learning their culture and learning their mannerisms and things of that sort. So when you take an interest in someone's culture, they have respect for you, right? You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And so, um, knowing that you're going over there, you're going, that's their territory, and you have to have respect for their territory and the things that they celebrate.
Right.
Like they have, so like in Colombia, I can't speak for a lot of other countries, but in Colombia, they have like family reunions every Sunday. So the grandmother, the aunts, uncles, nieces, little cousins, they all get together, hang out, have drinks, cook food, all of that stuff. And family is very important to them, and just being immersed in that, and they celebrate a lot of different holidays, and just taking that interest to their culture, and then also with like salsa music is popular over there as well. And
Hmm.
so when it comes to salsa, I'm still not that good, but I still make an attempt, and just making that
Yeah.
attempt, yeah. So just making that attempt, just learning the culture and stuff like that, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, they see that you're trying, and that's
Right.
probably all that matters. You're trying. So,
Right. Yeah.
but
As long as you're putting in the effort, you're good.
yeah, but what about the men in the communities? Like, do they look at Black American men as a threat? Because a lot of the passport bros and SYSBM are coming overseas and getting with the women, and you guys have money, and they know that the women like that. So they don't look at you as a threat.
I have not experienced that. And I think it's because it's so many women there, like the guys are good. And yet that, yes, there is an uptick in American black men that are traveling, but we're still a minority. So it may be, let's say we may be at like 15%, maybe trending on 20%. So
Mhm.
it's still, it's still not that high, because a lot of, because don't forget, like most men in the states are average earners, so they're not able to travel to these countries as often. But to answer your question, the short answer is no. I don't think that they see us as a threat, because again, there's so many beautiful women. And then the second part is that, um, you know there is men that are traveling, but it's not as much. Like, these countries are big. Like, Colombia is a big country. Brazil is a big country.
Mhm.
Thailand, yeah, Thailand is a big country. So, and I can go on and on and on, but you get what I'm getting at.
No, I definitely get it.
Hmm.
But yeah, because you would think these men probably are like, wow, these men are coming to steal our women, you know? I mean, that's what you would think, but it's probably
Right.
not like that at all. Like you said, they probably just want you to
Right.
treat them right. That's all that really matters to them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But now let's get into the women. Um, do you think these women in other countries are just using Black American men for their money and resources?
No, I would say that, you know, that's a good question. Now, what I would say is that, like, are there some that are opportunistic? Of course, right?
Hmm.
And when it comes to obtaining resources, let's just be transparent here, Melody. Women are hypergamous all over the world. So women are going to, a woman is, going to, if she's with a man, she's going to get his resources, right? So
Hmm.
um, the opportunistic nature of some of these women, does that come about? Sure, but for the most part, these women have their own things, and a lot of common misconception of what some of these women say about brothers who travel. Like, they think that we're just getting these women in like huts and villages, and and that could be further from the truth, because these women come from affluent families, and maybe their money over in the States as opposed to their country is not comparable, but they're doing well for themselves. Like the woman I was in a relationship with, she was a nurse. So, well, can't say was, because it's not like she passed, but she is
Right.
a nurse. You know what I mean? So she is a
Yeah.
nurse. So she had her own thing going on before I met her.
Right. So she didn't even need your money.
No, no.
Hmm.
When she and I so when funny story really quick. So when she and I first met, she was actually buying me drinks.
Oh, look at that. I actually had a conversation on my panel, I believe it was 2 days ago, when somebody was saying those women cannot afford to buy men anything, and I'm glad you said that because you just debunked that completely.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I don't know, the person that said that, but I mean, I would just kind of just push back and just say, well, depending on where you are meeting these women, though, because if you're going to like if you're going to like the red light district and meeting these women, of course, like these women are not able to, because they have to sell their body in order to obtain money, so they want your money.
Right. But some people was like, hey, listen, you go over to Colombia or some of these other countries, DR, they don't have stoves, they don't have refrigerators, they don't have a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
I had a woman named Mahogany come on my panel yesterday and said, a lot of these women, not yesterday, I'm sorry, last week or whenever it was, and she said a lot
Mhm.
of these women, their toilets are just a hole. They don't even have toilets to sit on. So, what do you have to say about that? Because you traveled, so you know what these women have in their homes. what's, your, what's your take
I
on it?
mean, I have not met a woman who didn't have a toilet, like, or didn't have a refrigerator. I mean,
Or stove?
yeah, and and it's just to be transparent. That sounds very ignorant. Now, is that to say, like, certain areas there are people who aren't well off, poor people? Sure,
Mhm.
but as I mentioned, for the most part, the men who get into serious relationship with a woman, of course a woman's going to have toilets. Like, as Austin said, and I will corroborate this as far as with the hygiene. Like, yeah, so if you don't have a toilet, how are you able to shower, 2, 3, 4 times a day? It, that it just it's that comment is asinine. I'm sorry. I was trying to pull my punches, but it's just an asinine comment.
And then also, when we were talking about the hygiene, she said that a lot of these women, they don't even have like showers to shower with. A lot of them, because a lot of them are living in poverty. So how can they wash properly? That's what she was saying. Like, how can their hygiene be better than ours when we have hot running water and we have the things here that they don't have? What's your
Okay.
take on
Uh, there's hot water in Colombia. I mean, it's just now like how do I
Oh,
want to
I
say
mean, all
this?
right. Let me ask you this, because I
Okay.
know you said you've dated women, a woman that was a nurse and they were
Mhm.
well off, but
Right.
are the majority of women there, are they living in poverty?
I would say no.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say no. Now, of course, there are some well off than others, but the thing is that like um if a woman is living for if a woman is living in poverty, I don't think it I can only speak from my experience. I have not seen anything as bad as where a woman doesn't have a toilet or a shower. Like to me that just sounds ridiculous. It sounds like someone's been watching too many of these movies, you know what I mean, that talk about uh these countries and things like that. Like, right, so as I mentioned, I go to Colombia 6 to 8 times a year, and
Mhm.
so um it's a very affluent city, and the malls hold on. Okay, so the malls are really nice. They have malls probably even nicer than some places in the States, you
Mhm.
know. And the restaurants, they got top-notch restaurants. Um, the subway station. So Medellin is the only city in Colombia that actually has a subway station, and it's definitely cleaner than New York and
Right,
New Jersey.
right. So you hear that? Everyone who has something negative to say, these women are not living in poverty and their cities are beautiful. Their subways are cleaner than New York. What else? What other positive things as a passport bro can you say about Colombia and the other countries you visited?
The infrastructure is modern. The infrastructure is modern, as I mentioned. Like you would like Poblado, where I have my apartment. You go there and you would honestly, like, if I didn't tell you that you were in Colombia, you wouldn't think that you were in Colombia.
Hmm. See,
You would think that you're somewhere in the States.
that's how beautiful it is.
Yep, that's how beautiful it is. That's how modern it is.
Mhm.
Now, are there bad areas? I mean, of course, there's bad areas everywhere. You know what I mean? So, like, let's not fool ourselves and say like there's no poverty there. I mean, there's poverty everywhere. There's poverty in the States. You know,
Right.
living in New York City and also in Newark, New Jersey for a time. There were poverty. There's poverty. You know what I mean? So homeless people. Um, that's everywhere. But just to say like all of these women are just poverty stricken and they're uneducated, or they're just trying to use us for our money. Like, come on, come on. Now,
Right.
every woman wants to be taken care of, and that's cool. A man's job should be to be head of household, as I mentioned. I have traditional values. I was raised traditionally. I was raised to be that man, that leader. You know, and that's not to
Mhm.
say my word is law. Of course, I'm going to value the opinion of my woman, but my woman is going to trust me to be the final decision maker.
Right. All right. Well, thank you for that. Let me read these super chats before they disappear. Tim Howard 5. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Tim Howard. He says,
Salute my guy Tim.
salute. He says, women overseas are much better in almost every category that pertains to the into the dating market. Much respect to Melody and Kings and Dreams. Great collaboration. Thank you.
Salute my guy.
Appreciate
Appreciate
that.
you.
Let me go to the next one. I hope I didn't miss any. I think I saw a couple of them. Hold on one second. Um. Oh, Game Changer. Game Changer, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, hit that like button.
Shout
Yes,
out to
please.
Game Changer. Shout out to Game Changer. Man, listen, man. Game Changer, I gotta, man, we gotta do some work together, bro. Cause man, I like Game Changer a lot. I like him a lot, man.
Yeah, he definitely has some dope content.
Yes, he does. Salute to
Yeah.
you, Game Changer.
Salute. I thought I saw another one, but I'm not seeing it anymore. Hold on one second. Okay. I think I missed it.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get to the next question. Okay, you already answered some of these questions. Um, do you think these women really love you guys for who you are? You already answered that, or just for the money in your pockets? Now, this is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the women overseas, fetishize black men for what's in their pants? Because, rumors about you guys having, big
Mm-hmm.
penises and things like that. Do you think a lot of times these women just fetishize you?
I think that's partially true. I think that's partially true. And you know, I think that with the music, whether it be like hip hop or Caribbean music, um, movies and things like that, they I don't know, I think it's about what's in our pants, but it's also about our swagger as well. So black men are, outside of white men, are the number two sought out, race, to go after, and that's worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
So I think our swagger has to do with that. So it's the whole presence. Yeah, it's the package, but it's also the package. You get me?
Right. No, I definitely get you. It's the package in the package. No,
Right.
I definitely get that.
Right. So it's how we talk, how we communicate, how we dress, um, and how we get it in.
Hmm. Definitely. You guys are tall, dark, handsome.
Right.
You guys have everything going on for yourselves. So of course everybody's gonna want that. They're gonna want a
Right.
piece of that.
Right.
Yeah. So are the passport bros making women single mothers overseas and leaving?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, because the same woman, Mahogany, see, she was in the army. So,
Hmm.
she's been overseas and she said that from what she experienced, she saw a lot of women, I think in the Asian countries, a
Hmm.
lot of them are single mothers. And from what I understand, the community shame them for being with black men and making babies. And it's hard for them to get husbands. What's your take on that?
Well, I haven't been to Asia yet. So what I would say is that what I would say is that I don't know like what the situation was between that man and that woman. But I do know that in certain Asian communities, and
Mhm.
I see my man, the Art of Will. Shout out to you, my bro. We were talking about this on my channel the other day, and even on Obsidian's channel. Shout out to Obsidian as well. And like in certain Asian communities, they believe that white is right. So, like in certain Asian communities, like if the sun is like beaming down, they'll have like an umbrella or something to like cover their skin or wear long sleeves because they don't want their skin to get darker.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see the shame part, but I don't believe that it's a man's intent to just go hook up with these women and just make them single mothers. I don't believe that that is that intent.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's single mothers all over the world, and it's not just black men making them single mothers. So,
So let me just touch on that. Now here's the thing, right? So, you know, these women all over the world, they women control the access to intimacy, and women control women control birth. So if these women pick the wrong men, that's on them.
mhm, that's not the men's fault. The man is just being a man. Man, like, excuse my language, but men like pussy. So, a
Yeah,
man is going to be a man. A woman should know better.
right.
Definitely. And protection is definitely needed. I don't understand why people are having raw sex anyway, but yeah, it's crazy.
Oh well, I know why they having it, but
Yeah,
you know,
right?
oh, I know why they having it. It's good, but you know what I mean. The thing about it is that but these women who choose to give birth to these children have to be held accountable.
Facts. Big facts. So, another thing I hear in this space is men who go overseas to date other women. They do it because they have mommy issues. Maybe their mother was not nice to them. Maybe he saw how she treated his dad and all that. So he don't want to mess with American women anymore. He wants something different. What's your take on that?
Mommy issues. That's interesting. I would say that you know that's that's probably partially true. Let me tell you why. Because the thing is, with modern day feminism, and the men not being valued, the men not being valued in the Western culture, has some men saying, well, you know what, if I'm not going to, like, I want to go where I'm going to be appreciated, not just tolerated.
Hmm.
And so I could see that. I could see that.
Yeah, they
Men,
hate.
here's the deal. Sorry not to cut you off, Melody, but here's the deal. Men want to be appreciated, and if men don't feel that appreciation, and they have the means to go to a different location and get that appreciation, they're going to do that. The funny thing is that I never understood why some of these women would call passport bros broke and dusty. Do you know how much money it costs to be traveling to all of these locations consistently? These men have to have something going for themselves in order to do that. And I believe that these women, and I don't want to just say black women, I want to say women in general, are feeling some type of way because they know that these men have means and resources. And
Hmm.
that's the true reason why they feel some type of way. You can say dusty, you could say a trick, you could say whatever the case is. The problem is, ma'am, you're not getting our resources anymore. That's the fact of the matter.
Right, and they're tired of seeing you guys going overseas, taking the money and resources over there to another
Right.
community. That's what I was told, by another
Right.
woman in the space.
Right.
Um, and also, now this is we're gonna get into the topic, tonight's topic.
Hmm.
Also, they're saying that you guys are taking the money overseas and tricking. And they say a lot of times when you go over there, you're messing with underage women. What is your take? Now, mind you, this is not me saying it. I'm just
Yeah, yeah,
bringing
yeah.
up.
No, 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 no. I know, I know, I know.
So, what's your take on those two things?
Well, I will say, you know, there are some brothers, there are some passport bros that strictly go over and that strictly go over and they spend their money on physical intimacy for the night and or for most nights or whatever, and that's what they do that for. And but as far as with the underage, no, absolutely not. Absolutely
I
not.
didn't think so.
First of all, there's laws over there against that. And and anyone that, anyone would rather be in jail in the States as opposed to being in jail overseas. Definitely not. They
Right.
don't want those, they don't want those type of problems. They don't want those type of problems. But as far as like the men, doing pay for play or what we call mongering, sure, there are some that do that. But for the most part, most of us, no.
So you
Most of
don't
us
do
are
that.
not.
You don't go over there to trick.
No. As I mentioned, I was in a relationship for about, almost 3 years.
Did you ever? Okay, so these are freestyle questions I'm about to ask you now.
Oh no, no worries. Go ahead.
Yeah, so did you ever get tricked? Because I heard from another man in a space that sometimes they'll come up to you, they'll pretend to like you, they'll get you in a bedroom, they'll even have sex with you. And then afterwards, they would say, "Hey, where's my money?" They'll put their hand out, like, "Give me my money, you owe me." And if you don't give them the money, they go to the police. How true is that?
I've heard that happen on a couple of occasions. What I would just say, what I would just say is that uh, these men have to vet these women out, right? And so the thing is this, right? In this space, the manosphere, uh, you know, men, you have to be RP aware, and you have to like the reason why you have to be RP aware because you have to sniff out the BS before it comes.
Mm-hmm.
And these some of these men are not thinking properly, so they will get themselves caught up. Now, is that a common thing? I would say no. Is that an outlier? Yes.
Right,
So that's not the norm.
right. So you're against tricking altogether, or
I'm not against no.
no?
I'm no. I'm for a man wants to exercise his options and excuse me. I'm for a man wanting to exercise his options however he sees fit.
Mm-hmm.
What
So it
I
ain't
am,
tricking if you got it, right? I mean, if you got it, why not spend it, right?
I, you know, me. What I would just say is that like, if that's if that's what fulfills you, cool. But what I would say is that, um, most men want to build businesses overseas. Um, and it's not just the woman; it's the headache of the taxes, gas, the price of food,
Mm-hmm.
um, and then let's talk about black men. In the United States, we walk into a place or whatever, it's like we
Mm-hmm.
know we're black. Over there, we walk into a place, we're just a regular person,
Right.
you know, and that's a weight as black men that's lifted off of our shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Hold on.
because some places that we walk into in the States as black men, we feel uncomfortable.
Right. So,
but over there, we're just we're just a regular person. Or they say, oh, black man, like, oh, like they're happy to see us.
this is really good to know because my brother, he travels. He's a passport bro, and I worry about him sometimes. So it's, it feels good to hear positive things about traveling as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
That is
absolutely.
always negative, you know.
Well, I mean, the negative connotation is, is from the white knight pandering simp men. Those are blue pill guys, and the bitter modern woman. And I don't want to just say black woman because there's some bitter modern white woman. There's some bitter modern Asian woman. There's some bitter modern Indian woman. All of that.
Right, but let's
So,
be honest. Majority of the bitter modern women are black women in America. We got to be honest.
oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm just saying like it's not I haven't just heard just only black women though. Like I've heard white women. Like the other day there's this Asian woman, and she was talking mess. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
oh man, the article you said something. I
I'm
forgot
sorry.
her.
Can you guys mute up?
Oh, there's an echo. Hello?
Yeah, please mute up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry for that.
Oh yeah, no. I was just gonna say that I was gonna say about the Asian woman. She was talking. She was talking mess about the passport bros. So my whole point about it is that like it's not just the sisters. Mostly the sisters probably, but but I have I've seen a white women and I've seen some Asian women do it as well. That's all. That was my whole point.
Well, the passport bros seem to have a negative image. Do you feel it's somewhat justified?
No,
No? Why is that?
nope. The reason why I feel as though it's not justified because like whatever a man is doing in his own time, that's his business. As long as it's not affecting you.
Exactly. Well, thanks for that. Do you mind taking some questions from the panel? I already brought them up. So
Yeah, so let's go with Marty McFly.
you want
I
to start
see.
with him?
Yeah, yeah. Let's get that because he put you tricking.
Oh no, I got a bunch of those. That ain't towards you or nobody on the panel. That's just that's just something I pop up with.
There's
Oh,
an
okay.
echo, so I think we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
YouTube
Somebody,
open.
somebody has YouTube open.
Is that me echoing? I'll come back out and come back in.
Oh,
it might be you. So if you have YouTube open somewhere, you just got to turn off the YouTube and just stick on or mute YouTube.
Okay, I'll come out and come back in. Cool.
All right.
yeah, thanks. So who do you want to hear from next? Since he left.
Let's go with sorry, who we could do it in order. I think it was
Classy.
I think it was it was Classy. Okay, all right.
It was classy,
What's
yeah.
going on, Classy? How you doing, brother?
Salutations, sir. How you doing? I'm also a passport bro myself. I didn't have a question because I agree with everything that you said. So I'm gonna go ahead and pass it on to the next person.
All right, cool.
Okay, let's go with DCL for life, Mills. Hey, DCL for life.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah, I was calling. I was just saying, I agree with him with the like, who, why. I was wondering why people care what you do, what you over there for. Like I agree with you with that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like, I have some, I have some passport bros that strictly go overseas to monger, and they do their thing. That's not my thing. You know what I mean? Like now,
Right.
I love beautiful women, and for me, I like to say it like this. I like to hunt for my meal. That's me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So So and I, and I know I have a lot of charisma about me, so I can get a woman that way. Not to say if a dude is doing pay for play, he doesn't have charisma. I don't want to say that, but all I'm saying is
Yeah.
that for me personally, I rely on
Right.
my charisma.
Right. And because me personally, I just look at it. It's just uh, it's the same thing is happening. It's happening in the United States. It's happening over there. It's happening over there. It ain't no different.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, man.
Well,
Mm.
thanks for that. You have anything else to say before we move on?
Oh no. Somebody else can go.
All right, thanks. Hey,
Yeah, let's
Blue
go with
TV.
the
Hey, yo, what's good?
Hey, what's going on?
salute, salute. How's it going, man?
Salute. I'm pretty much was saying that in another show that people do we need to start going out the country because our opportunities we don't have none here. It's limited, and you could, like you said, you could go out there, you could start building. People could live out their expectations. We can't live out our expectations in America. We it's permits this that it's a system really designed to keep you down and keep you out. So we got to get out. You know
Right,
what I mean? And
right.
we get out and start building and getting into that. Like you said, you don't have to have permits. I think black people, a lot of these issues that we won't have.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I mean, the thing is that there's what, like 100 and hold on. What did they say? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I thought there was a message towards me. Sorry about that. But what I was gonna say in response to you, news, is that yeah, like the opportunities, that there are a lot of opportunities overseas for black men, and there are a lot of black men that are opening businesses, and I'm in conversations with these brothers. Like there's a group of brothers that are going to be opening up a big business in Brazil, and I can't speak to it that much online because I don't want to give it away. But some big things are happening with Passport Bros. So like when these women and and these simps just think like, oh, we just going over there, for the ladies. I mean, yeah, of course, having a beautiful woman is cherry on top, but you want to make money there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm over here in the States, but I'm still getting money while from Colombia while I'm here in the States hanging out with my son.
Yeah, that's like what's that? I don't know if y'all familiar with the guy that's from Tupac. He in another country, and then the guy that was on Biggie, what's his name, Loon. They out in a whole other country,
Mm-hmm.
just peaceful. You know what I mean? Meeting up
Yeah,
with each other, business going on, people opening up shops and everything. So you're
yeah,
really starting to see even some people that been in the hip hop industry, even
oh
they
yeah,
moving out the country because they can again do more. They don't have this noose on their neck. They don't have to get permits. They don't have to do this and go do that.
right. Absolutely. I mean, the thing is that there's 195 countries in this world. Like, why should we just be subjected to just sticking with one? Like that's nah, man. That to me that is the true slave mentality.
Yeah, that's what I agree. And I think the whole thing is that's why they label it passport bros. Like even the label was passport bros.
Mm-hmm.
Like because you want to go out the country and just one either be treated better, get ahead more in life, have a family, leave generational wealth. We can't leave no generational wealth over here because they got a system designed to take it from us some type of way, some loophole to take it back, or you got to pay for this. You never own it. You go out in another country, you buy it, you own it. That's it. You don't got to
Exactly.
keep paying for something that you own.
Oh
Over
yeah,
here, you keep paying for shit that you own. You own the house, and you keep paying for the house.
right. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. They nickel and dime you to death over here in the States, man. They nickel and dime you to death, man. You know, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's all I had to say.
Yeah,
Melody,
man. Salute, man. Thank you, thank you.
respectfully, Melody,
Salute.
I
Make
have a
sure y'all
yes.
question.
subscribe to the page. Make sure y'all subscribe to the page. All right.
Word.
I,
No
I have
doubt.
I have a question, but I will go after Art of Will and Marty McFly.
The Art
Okay.
of Will. What's up, my boy?
Hi, Art of Will.
Going. Hello.
That's my dude
Hola.
right there. That's my dude right there, man.
So, you have any questions for King and Dreams?
No, just here to show support. And I know one of your mods is moving like a cornball and is talking about he wants to cook him. But at the same time, me and him was going back and forth in your chat because he moves like a dating cockroach.
Oh no, I'm
Who's
sorry
that?
about that.
Who's that? Black Ops.
Black Ops, yeah.
Yeah,
Talking about how he could
let
take
him
my
up.
girl.
Let him up.
He talking about he could take my girl, man. My girl would stab him before he even comes with him armed.
Yeah, you could you see. Okay, so I don't know if you guys could see my background, but winter is coming, man. Winter is coming. So yeah, let Black Ops up. Let Black Ops up.
Oh yeah.
I don't mind a little smoke. Let's go.
Black Ops, you can hit that link. It's down there for you. Hit the link if you want to
M3,
come
what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Right.
I got some.
Hey.
Knowledge and relationships, my boy. What's going on, man?
Kings and Dreams, salutes to you. Our will salute. Miss
Got a lot.
Melody, thank you for this awesome interview with Kings and Dreams. I just came out to support.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you for coming through, my boy. I appreciate you.
We appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. All right, so,
At least
let's go at
Yeah.
Marty McFly.
Yeah, what's going on, Marty McFly?
Hey, what's up? Is my audio cool now?
Yeah. You
Okay.
Hey, before you say anything, man, Back to the Future was my favorite movie growing up.
Just echo.
Oh, is that me with the echo?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
bro.
Oh, okay. I don't even know why I have echo all of a sudden.
It's okay. Just do it when other people talk.
Okay.
Now you were saying something, Kings?
Oh, I said to Marty McFly that Back to the Future was my favorite movie as a child growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
mine
man.
too. The first one.
Yeah,
I like the first one.
Yeah. Well, I like the first two. The third one was whack with the train. I ain't like that one, man.
Yeah, with the Western type of.
Yeah, with the Western and all that. Yeah. But 1 and 2, man. Listen, I could watch that all day, man. I could watch that all day.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So what's going on? Knowledge and relationships. You got a question, or you just here chilling?
Well,
I think Marty was next. I'm sorry.
Marty, you did have a question. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to figure out my audio. I don't know why you guys are getting the echo with me.
My bad, Marty.
Does it sound like a feedback or something? Because I don't hear it on my end.
No, you
it's
cool
better.
now.
Oh, okay. Actually, I didn't really have too much of a problem with what he was saying. I was just making a comment in the chat. It's like, and I know you conducting the interview, Melody, but it's like always like a deposition. It's like, did you trick? Did she lay in your bed? What happened after? Like, it's like always like you got to bring a lawyer up here, some shit. Like, and I get it. It's for the content, but it's like, why? Let me ask you a question, Melody. Why do you think that is?
Well, he came up with the title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like,
so Melody. So Melody and I. Sorry, Marty. Can you mute yourself?
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so Melody and I, we talked offline about the concept and really just wanting to shed light because the negative connotation is that passport bros, they all just trick and all they do is just spend their money on women and all that, and it's just like whoa, like calm down a minute, we actually have some business savvy to ourselves, you know what I mean? Like I mentioned, like if I'm gonna be going to Colombia 6 to 8 times a year, why not when I'm not there make some money? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. And so now that I have my apartment there, I'm looking for a second and third apartment. Like this isn't the game. This isn't the game, man. I listen.
Well, you know how you kill all that.
I love beautiful women, but come on, I love money more.
You know how you kill all that real easy.
Yeah.
I always take the approach.
Let's just Marty talking. Or?
Yeah, this is me, Marty.
Okay, yeah.
I always take the approach. Am I echoing right now? Because I don't hear anything.
No, you good. Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I always take the approach. Let's just say, because a lot of times, a lot of dudes, they just want to get into an argument online to have like showmanship. So you got to also look at that too. So I always take the route of, okay, cool. Let's just say everything that you're saying is perfectly legit. I'm a trick. I have no game. I apparently I'm rich because I could travel all the time and spend all my money. So can't say I'm broke. Okay. So, but let's just say everything you're saying is correct, right? In a perfect world, you got me back to the wall. My response is, what you gonna do about it? What comes next? You gonna meet me at Spirit Airlines at the at the gate, ready to have a tussle in front of the feds? Like, what are we doing next? Like, and they can never answer that question. Right. You know, I'm not saying I do any of that stuff. I'm just saying the amount of vigor these guys have for guys doing something overseas that they can't even verify, whether, you know, unless you're in a bedroom with somebody. I don't even know what you guys do in your own bedrooms and you're here.
Yeah,
so
they be so
I can't
mad.
Yeah, the amount, because they matter at dudes possibly doing that, not even mad at dudes doing other dudes here. Now think about that for a second. You know, you more mad at a dude, because I look at it like this. When I was younger, right? And I'm sure we've all heard this saying of broke men don't deserve this. And if you a scrub, you don't deserve that, right? So I'm looking at it like I'm a little bit confused. And I always ask the question because I don't want to ever seem like I'm preaching to nobody. So I'm like, all right, well, if I was told that I don't deserve anything when I don't have money, apparently I have all the money in the world. So how are you going to tell me how to spend it? And I never get any answers. And that's why I'm saying this shuts the whole conversation down, because one, it puts them on the offensive. But if you can't fight ghost. If I say, hey, my back is against the wall, I'm corny, I'm lame, I'm unattractive, all these things I'm not, because Sweet Melody, I canned up with you. So that doesn't really apply to me in that way. But let's just say in a perfect world, you're true. I'm lame, I'm corny. Name every ad hominem or name you could toss out at me. Cool, I'll take that. It's not a problem. But then it's like, what are you going to do about it? Because tomorrow's Tuesday and I'm going to still travel where I want to. And some reason dudes really think that I work for JetBlue. They think I work for Spirit Airlines or something, like I get a 15% commission whether or not you travel. I don't give a fuck whether you travel or not. I care. Listen, if you're the hometown hero and you're locally killing it, great for you. But you better show some receipts, because, you know, I do part-time as an auditor. So if you're going to come up and say, you know, first of all, if you have an avatar, if avatar is your game and you never came up, you don't have really much to say to me. Number two, if you don't show any receipts, because now you're just a hometown hero that nobody knows and you have nothing to back it up. Because what you'll hear a lot of times is, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys on the panel, you hear this all the time. Oh, and I try to use the vernacular, you know, because oh, you guys is just traveling because you can't get bitches. I get all the bitches in my hometown. Okay, let's just say I like to go with these stories because I don't want to deny anybody their fantasy. I go along with it. So I'm like, all right, cool. I believe you, even though I don't, but we're just playing with it. So, all right, so show me, since you're the hometown hero, right? You're the 007 of Crooked Street. Show me these beautiful women from your hometown that you get in abundance. And then it's silence. It's dissolving like salt water before your eyes. So that's why when I get on panels with people, you know, Arter Will knows. Arter Will, I've seen his receipts. He's legit. That's why I always, you know, I vouch for him. Guys who travel and get women have no problem really backing this shit up. It's really easy because you're proud of that shit. And moreover, here's how you separate. So let me just answer this question for Sweet Melody Media. You want to know if a guy is really tricking or doing whatever nefarious overseas? This is how you tell. It's real easy. When they show their receipts, look at the expression on the face of the women who are in the pictures, right?
But
I'm
they
gonna give you
look,
a couple of tips.
they don't look too happy.
Now, that too, but let me give you a quick tip. Guys that trick usually have to sneak photos of women because when a woman doesn't like you, remember, I'm a photographer, right? So I know these things. When a woman doesn't like you, she doesn't want anybody to know the association with you. So that picture is a timestamp. So what I'm saying now is when the guy who is tricking takes a picture of the female, if she's like kind of covering her face, if she's not really on display, because women love to be photographed. It's in their nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at me, I'm beautiful. So anytime you pull out a camera and she's not smiling, she's not actually not in the frame with you like you're having a good time. And this is why most guys don't show pictures of their exploits, you know, because when you really get down to it, they have nothing to show. It's all talk. Me, you got to tell me to stop showing shit. Like the last time you were like, you can't show that much ass on my stream. You have to tell me, right? Because you know what? I'm proud of the chicks I knocked down, and they're proud of me because they're on the video, they're on stream, they communicate with me. I speak to them multiple times a day. Like at any point when I go to Colombia, I'm going to have interviews and podcasts with the very girls that I hang with, friends and whatever else. People are not scared to get on video and talk to me in front of other people. People are not scared to take pictures with me. It's not a secret. So that's how you could tell. And then you can always tell the type of women that they're taking pictures of. And this is why I get a lot of static, because I have very high class taste. You're not going to see me with an ugly woman, out of shape woman. She's probably not even going to be over 25 because I can do that. Most guys, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. You'll see some dudes, they'll take pictures. The chick will be out of shape. She'll have tattoos and she'll probably be the neighborhood whore. And we're just keeping it real here because, and I explain this to a lot of people. When people travel overseas, I don't have a problem with nobody tricking. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. We have to be aware culturally of what we're stepping into. And the problem that we have, let's just take Colombia, for instance. Over here, we have like a color system, white, black, Chinese, whatever, right? Everybody's assorted. You could be like a white guy, but you'd be like the bottom of the pole, but you're still white. So you still got a leg up. In Colombia, it's a little bit different. They have a strata system. I think it's 1 through 6, right?
Yep.
So they kind of don't mix classes. I mean, you'll kind of get a mixture of 5 and 6, 4 and 5, right, 3 and 4, but you're not going to have a strata 6 person income talking to a 1 or a 2. It just doesn't happen over there. But the problem is, since we come from a more racial system, when we go to these countries, we are thinking if she's a bad bitch, I'm just going to get with her. Not understanding the culture is she is cute, but she's from a strata 2. Not to say you can't find diamonds in the rough. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is a lot of dudes will go for the strata 2s and maybe 3s because that's a lot easier to get than the 4, 5s, and 6s, definitely. So a lot of times when you see people over there and they're with like the regular degulars, they might be pretty to American standards, but actually in that country, the men are giving you the side eye because you're walking around all proud and shit. And they're like, are you serious? So that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying what I like to preach is when guys go to these other countries, and I heard the gentleman say, I think it's King in Dreams, right? That's his name?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. What he was talking about in terms of buying properties and actually going over there with an agenda. Yeah, he's building wealth. That's what you're supposed to do, because in these different countries, it's not so much race, it's more class. So by him doing that and people going over there, like I said, everybody has their own thing. When you go to a certain country, you're going to have fun 2, 3, 6, 7 times, whatever it takes, right? But at a certain point, if you want to live there, you got to have an action plan. Like, all right, when I get there, how do I want to live? Do I want to live like the commoner? And that's kind of like embarrassing for you to come from America to go live somewhere else and live common. To be honest, that's just me. Not to say that you can't do it, but I feel if you're going somewhere where your dollar stretches a lot further, you should kind of go up a couple of ticks in terms of living standards. That's just me. And I think that part of traveling has to be brought out more rather than the tricking. Like, listen, when you get over there and you have your money together, women are literally the last thing on my mind. I got so much other stuff more important. They're just like accessories to the bullshit. You know, now the real trick is if a guy can show me that he's getting with consistent strata 4, 5s, and possibly 6s, 6 is tough. That's millionaire status. So I'm not really looking on that. But I'm saying if a guy from America, you got to understand when you go over there, you're automatically, in most cases, if you make, let's just say 60,000 or more, and you convert that, especially now with the Medellin conversion rate, you're kind of like already in strata 5 when you touch down. So it's kind of like when guys go over there, you have to readjust. Maybe in America, you might be in terms of income, you might be average, right? But you got to start carrying yourself like you're a 1%er over there. And a lot of times, like you've seen that Korean guy who just got murked when he went to Colombia for the first time. What did he do? He was a top 1%. I think he was a doctor or something, right? Yeah, something. Yeah, he went over there not understanding the culture, and he got with a strata. It looked like a strata 2, and he should have known. But he met off a Tinder. That's number 2 mistake. You don't meet women off of Tinder, and then he had a location that he wanted to go to, and then in the last minute she changed it on him. Like, oh no, let's meet here. That's red flag number 3. So when guys travel, you know, if he was dealing with a strata 4 or 5, he wouldn't have that issue because they don't need to rob you. They have money. And that's the thing that people don't understand. They're not dirty foots over there. Is there poverty anywhere? Absolutely. There's parts of Brooklyn that look like war zones. And there's also parts of Brooklyn that are $1 million brownstones, right? So it's not about whether the country overall is has money. No, they have millionaires there. Make no mistake about it. But because guys are so comfortable punching down, and there's nothing wrong dating down, but what I'm saying, when I'm talking, you're reaching from the depths of hell, some of these dudes. And so when you get what you get off of Twitter, Tinder, and you're messing with the chicks like that, that's going to come to you. So I'm just saying, if dudes are going to go over there, like Kings and Dreams said, have a plan to not just go over there, but build wealth and be successful. But then if you're going to, in my opinion, and this for whatever it's worth, you know, I'm just one guy, right? I just feel like if dudes are touchdown, they're part of the 1%. Why? Because you got the American passport, you know, and you got the American dollar. You're automatically the top 1%er. So when you go over there, you got to flip that switch. You can't just say you necessarily can't pick a chick based upon what you're seeing. The questions you should ask, like, what do you do? How do you generate income? Are you in school? These are like the first 3 or 4 questions I ask. Where are you from? That tells me what neighborhood you're from. Number 2, are you in school? Not everybody has to be in school. Some people are entrepreneurs. Number 3, what do you do to generate money? You got to ask these questions, and based upon those answers, you'll know how to move or not move. And I don't think that happens enough. I think, I'm just be honest, I think a lot of dudes get blinded. Oh, she's pretty, she's cute. You know, this is going to be an easy bunt. And it's Colombia is not DR. DR, they have some sense of law and order. In Colombia, it's the cops can get paid off either way. You could pay the cops. And there was a documentary on this guy who got scopolamine, part 1 and part 2. They had to pay the cops to go to see the girls that robbed him. It's not like the New York City where it's like, all right, we're on the case, Johnson, you know, spill some crack and let's get to it. No, it's not like that. It's like, you want something done, you got to grease the palms or not. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't want to be long-winded, but that's just my thought in my brain. That's it.
Well, thank you, Marty. Let's get to
So for those of you all who don't know what strata mean, that means like an area or a section of where you live. So
Yes.
in Colombia they have like strata 1 through 6. So the strata of where my apartment is in strata 5, which is El Poblado. Game changer. What's good, man?
Hey, game changer.
Hey, what's going on, fam?
Salute, man. But yeah, so just in case, if you know, for those of y'all who didn't know what strata meant, that just meant like what section of where that person is living.
Okay.
Now you don't. Blue had brought up a point about buying a property and not having to pay taxes on it. Do you have to pay taxes on your property in Colombia?
No. So right now I'm renting. But I you know, next year I will own it. So, but I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay any taxes. So it's fully furnished. So the only thing I have to pay is just the rent and electricity and like Wi-Fi and cable. But it's pretty much nothing. So everything comes up to probably about what about 775.
Wow, that's amazing.
Now I have a question. Okay, so
well, actually, hold on. I was next. Sorry, Will. If you don't mind.
My bad, bro. I know you. Yeah.
You can ask your question when he's done.
So, all right. I like what Tim in the chat said, because he says all people travel for different reasons and different method.
Mm-hmm.
And and my point is that, like, I know Passport Bros, they always get a bad rap. Every time, right? When I go to like YouTube, I'm always hearing a content creator talking bad about the Passport Brothers, or there's women that's talking about Passport Brothers, and then there's other dudes that's talking bad about Passport Brothers. And it's always the highlight is Passport Brothers only go out there because they're looking for, easy access to sex, because American women don't want them. And it's always making it seem like they're the rejects. And you know what they also call you guys is broke, which is, I always laugh at that part, because obviously, all right, and you know Kings of Dreams, we had our discussions before.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious that Passport Brothers are never broke. How do you have, like, you don't just travel for free. It takes a lot of money to like travel, especially guys travel frequently, at least like, 6 more times without that year. The average person probably travels at least like once or twice per year flying out, because air flights are really expensive within the United States. Now I understand, like, okay, if you guys travel out in between other different countries outside the US, maybe that might be a different story. But we definitely know you guys are never broke. And most of the time, it's usually Passport Brothers that are like in the tech industry where, what's that word? It's not like you're stationed, but you're able to pretty much work anywhere away from your home, pretty much. No, sorry, anywhere away from your job site. So
you mean working remotely?
Remotely, yes. That's what I'm going to say. So if you're working remotely, I mean, you have those options and luxuries to pretty much like travel out, because all you need to do is just carry like maybe your mobile phone or your computer or laptop with you, do your work, get your bag or whatever, and then go overseas. The other thing is that, I want to, just pretty much share, like, from what I'm learning from, real Passport Brothers, is that not a lot of these Passport Brothers go out there just because, for women. They go out there for the experience, because there's more to it outside than the United States. See, that's what people are not really understanding. It's like they expect for people like us to just stay stuck in just one little bubble and then just judge it for how it is. Now, the other part that's ironic is that when you're broke, okay, when you're broke, these same type of people will say that broke people don't deserve to be with anyone. How many times have you always heard, like, how could you be with this person and you don't have a job? How could you be with this person and your finances are not even up to par? Or some would probably be like, you can't expect to be with this dime piece and you're not even making 6 figures. Now, okay, you are the type of person who is making 6 figures. You already established. But the moment you start to travel to explore your options, these same people, they come along and then they try to tell you again, you don't deserve to be with no one. You're just only doing that because you're a reject within your own country. So they still spinning off the we don't deserve type of narrative, because I guess as men of value, we're not supposed to have expectations or have any standards. We're not supposed to deserve anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So my overall point, I'm glad I wrote this list, like, why are we so focused on what Passport Brothers are doing when some of these women don't even want them to begin with? That's kind of like the contradicting that I do. them because you claim you don't want them, but you get mad when they find a solution and go out to find someone else.
Right. And then they say things like come back and save the community. You know, they telling the men to come back here. Have you heard of that? I don't know if you
Yeah. So that's I know that's a movement that Courtney Michelle is spearheading, and I commend her for that. I mean, because there are some brothers who cannot travel, and like so I respect her. I respect her for doing that, and and I wish her well with that. So but what I will say is that for the men who do have the means, their minds are already made up. And like for me, had it not been for my son, I would have already been overseas,
Right.
And then also to some of the women that say, oh, or some of the men that say, oh, we can't get, or we can't get ladies over here. As I mentioned, I come from a promoter background. I've been doing events since I was 14 years old. I've been around women. I know how to talk to women. My game is sharp. My mouthpiece is sharp. So I can get a woman anywhere in the world. Let's not get that twisted. So and there's other men who are able to get women no matter where they are in the world as well. But they know that if overseas you're spending less money, less headache, and the women are willing to compete. Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Sorry, Will, you did have a question. I wanted to hear you.
Let me say this right quick. I think that to the brothers that travel, it's really more of a you get more for less. It's kind of like, say you have a certain amount of money and you can afford a car at any price. You're still going to go to the place that gives you the best car value for your dollar. And I think that that's the logic behind international travel in that regard.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. The quick question was, you said there's no land, no property taxes in owning property, like no taxes on the land that it sits on.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I rent.
I was just asking. Yeah.
Oh, are you asking me in general, or are you at? Oh, yes. Property taxes. They are, but they're not like. But it's not nowhere near significant as it is in the States.
Okay.
Nowhere near.
Also, there is, because I heard that it wasn't in some countries. I don't know about Colombia, but in some countries I heard it was like nothing. Like in Jamaica, I heard it was like that. And you're Jamaican, so
Yes, correct. Right.
Yeah.
So like you have to pay like some tax, but it may be like in a year you may be paying like maybe $30 or $40. I mean, it's not. So when I say it's nothing, it's nothing.
For how many square feet? The 30, 40
bucks? That I'm not sure of. That I will have to do some homework on.
Okay. No, that's good. And again, yeah, sorry to monopolize this panel.
No, you're
so
good.
The thing is, I am a business before pleasure guy. I come from the cloth where you don't get dessert until you finish your dinner. So I don't know what these haters, I feel like a lot of these haters, they kind of like move like a bag of Skittles. And I think low key that they taste the rainbow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So hold on. I think it's Game Changer's turn. Hi, Game Changer. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Game Changer, salute, man. I definitely, man, I love your content, man. I would definitely love to do some sort of collaboration with you, man, at some point, man. Let's exchange some information.
Yeah, definitely. You have my email?
I do not have your email. Can you put that in the private chat?
I can, but it's the same as my Name, just GameChanger00100 at Gmail.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's easy. All right, I got
Yeah.
you.
Okay, definitely. So, yeah, we was actually going over this whole thing in my show, and I do agree with the brothers who were talking about tricking. Like, there are pros and cons to it. I'm not here to tell a man what to do, with his sex life and anything like that. But with anything, once the market becomes flooded with something, then the value of it goes up. Like if 100 people are after go to the same lemonade stand, then of course the kid is going to raise their price on that lemonade. So I do feel that within moderation, it should be something that men feel comfortable with doing. I don't think that there should be the shame and stigma that Western men have with it. And when I say tricking, I'm not talking about like guys who date or who take a girl out to dinner or something like that or to the movies. I'm talking about like direct pay for play,
like mongering.
Well, mongering, I don't know. I think that's something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that like where you're like lurking around looking for them?
No, mongering. So mongering is basically like hooking up in mass abundance.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of for just buying one or leasing or renting one woman's service, you're doing it a lot.
Well, yeah. So, but yeah, basically, like let's say like in a night, like in one day, a guy gets like three or four or something like that. You know what I mean? Like that's and he's doing that consistently day to day. That's mongering.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, definitely. I think that if enough guys do that, then it would saturate any marketplace, and and also it would change the perception of that particular demographic of guys, because what winds up happening is in that place, even if a woman is interested in you, she's going to associate sexual contact with a person from that particular culture as a transactional thing, meaning like they're going to associate it with money.
Right.
So meaning that even if a woman is attracted to, say, Michael B. Jordan, but she just so happens to be, I don't know, Dominican, and he just so happens to be American, even though she would, under different circumstances, do it for free, she's still going to ask for money, which is not going to be a good dynamic. And I know that in mass that's not what we want. So like with moderation, I would definitely say that it's okay, but it does have the potential to really screw up the marketplace.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I agree from that standpoint, but also like most of the men who are traveling, they're not really looking to monger, like they're looking for a quality woman. So the spending aspect of that kind of is a moot point, if you will. But if you're talking about like the pay for play aspect, then I definitely agree. But
well, yeah, I'm talking about both. I'm saying that one affects the other.
Okay.
The pay for play, the pay for play makes it to where it makes it more difficult for those who are looking for something long term. For example, right? I was at Sosua Beach, and Sosua Beach has a lot of prostitutes there.
Right.
I was there playing dominoes with the locals, so that's what I like to do when I go places.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a young lady, and I don't know if she was a prostitute or maybe she was related to one of the guys that I was playing dominoes with. But she came and sat next to me, and I don't know if she was flirting or not. I really don't know. But when I spoke, and she realized that I was American, her whole demeanor changed towards me. She was like, "Oh, you're American. That changes everything." And then she started pointing to the prostitutes, and she was like, "Look, isn't she pretty?" I was like, "Dang, that's," like before I went from.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, it is funny,
yeah.
but I mean, it's awkward because before I was just a guy playing dominoes. I was just a guy on the beach playing dominoes in her mind,
Right.
but then I spoke and I turned into something different.
Right.
Now, and this goes to what you were saying, like guys who are looking for relationships. What if I was looking for a relationship with her?
What I would say? I'm sorry, my fault. But were you? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying because the perception has changed because of the dynamic there in Sasua, is that because the perception of me has changed, a relationship isn't something that she's considering at that point, even if she was before. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So this is what I would say. So Sua is a red light district though.
Sure.
So like the thing is that so it's that's why I was saying like if you put yourself in the red light districts, that's it's the assumption that's why she was trying to put you on and say, oh, look at this, you think she's pretty or whatever the case is, because a lot of guys will go to Sosua, strictly for the pay for play action, and I know like that's not what you were looking for, but you unwittingly were in a red light district.
No, I knew it was a red light district. I mean, even though I wasn't there for that purpose, I
Right.
know it was a red light district, and I also know that it has a nice beach and it's a good place to play chess and dominoes. So
Yeah.
In fact, the picture on my avatar now is from a chess match that I was witnessing in the Dominican. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, so that's what I like to do. But no, I mean, I get what it is, but I mean, I'm just saying Sasua is a noted red light district, but how do places become red light district? It becomes a red light district because tourists go for whatever reason to start out with. In the case of Sasua, people went for the beach. It has a very nice beach.
Right.
And then because tourists are there, of course, working girls are going to follow, and they're going to follow wherever tourists go.
Right.
And then, the working girls came, and then the guys who are interested in working girls came, and then now you have modern day Sasua. I mean, and that's just a natural cycle. I'm saying that any place can become like that. Like right now, the Dominican associates, it's more associated with the person or with the place, not the person. Like, okay, you're an American that's in Sasua, therefore you are placed into this category.
Right.
I don't want it to become the case where you're an American and just because of that, it's naturally assumed that you are that type of dude. And if you saturate the market with people who are pay for play, then that is exactly what can happen.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Like down the street from my apartment in Medellin, there's a section called Parque Lleras, and I'm sure anyone that's been to Medellin has heard of Parque Lleras, and so that is like their red light district. And before it wasn't. Before it wasn't a red light district. It was a nice area, had a lot of nice shops and things like that. And I mean, still during the day, very nice to go there, but at night, and if you are an American, it's assumed that you're there for the pay for play.
Yeah. And once again, I don't mind if it's associated with a place. As long as they don't say, hey, if you're an American and you're in Brazil, then you must be for pay for play, I'm fine. As long as I could turn back to say, what did you say the name of that place was?
Parque Lleras.
Okay, so, if I was to approach a woman, and, I was to ask her out and she'd say, okay, but you got to give me $100. Like, wait a minute, this is not Parque Lleras. I want to be able to say that. I don't want her to say, hey, you're a gringo, give me some money. Then that whole country is burnt at that point. And I don't want that to happen. So that's what I'm saying. Like, just try to keep it at a minimum. That's all I'm saying, fellas.
All right. You mind if I say something real quick before I have to leave?
Yeah, absolutely, my G.
Yeah, I just want to just say, because I didn't want to just bounce out like that without just saying goodbye. But I just want to say salutes to you, Kings and Dreams. And Melody, thank you for allowing me to come up to your platform. The interview that you had with Kings and Dreams was definitely amazing. And I look forward to tuning into, some of your other lives.
Thank you. I really appreciate you for coming. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Well,
have a good one.
Salute, my G. Salute.
Salute.
Salud. So
take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I
I
wish
just.
you didn't have to leave. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
I said I wish you didn't have to leave, but yeah.
I'll be tuning in into like the chat.
All
No, we
right.
want you to be here.
Right. We want you to be
Uh,
here with us.
All right, you know what? I'll stay for like another 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
That's the goal.
Yay.
Way to go, lad.
I mean, just because.
Oh wait,
So,
where did Game Changer go?
I don't know. He
He's
probably
he's in a whole other panel, man, at the same time,
yeah, he's on
bouncing
two.
back and forth.
Oh, he
He'll,
is. Okay, all right. I was gonna respond to what he said, but anyway,
he'll
yeah,
probably
man.
be back.
All right. So who is next? I see some new
Jack
people. Some
Spades.
new people popped up.
Jack Spades is next.
All right. What's up, everybody? 'Tis the season.
Hey, salute.
What's
Happy holidays.
what's going on?
Salute,
What's going
ho,
on, Jack
ho,
Spade?
Now you know, Melly, I normally don't come on your panel every blue moon, so this is that blue moon.
I'm
So
happy
the
to have
thank you. So the title reads, "Are men only tricking overseas?" So, and I believe that it's been touched on with the live stream already at 1 hour or 105 minutes. But yeah, you got a segment of men that are going overseas to trick, go pick up women or try their best to pick up women. You got some guys who are actually going overseas to try to find themselves a spouse. And you have those guys and bring back to the States, and you have those guys that are actually looking to go overseas, live on the economy, and try their best to meet a wife and start a family over there. So, you know, I had a chance to be stationed in Germany for 3 years, many years ago. And the thing is, yeah, you can meet yourself a club girl. And I think there's a segment of guys that's who they're meeting. It's like you meet club girls here in the United States, but to really meet the everyday women in the foreign countries, you got to be there for a while. And you as an American, more times than not, it's a who you know type of deal. What other American that has met somebody and has put on a good to great impression of Americans, and then their inner circle can try to hook you up with somebody else who might be of good to decent quality. And that's something that you got to go through the same song and dance that you got to go through here in the United States. You got to meet the young lady, you got to meet the family, you got to try to win the family over. That's the same thing you got to do overseas. Now, that's not to say that there's no guys that are going over there and living on the economy and actually picking up a club chick or got them a lower tier woman, and you know they got married and they're living pretty well. But yeah, the same song and dance that dudes are crying about here in the United States, it's the same song and dance, and sometimes it's even harder because you're an American and you have the negative stigma from the get-go that you have to overcome. And unfortunately, that's this dream of what they call them, the passport bros. That's the dream that the few passport bros who actually have gone overseas and has been over there for more than a week. That's the deal that they really do not talk about. That the guys on YouTube who have actually gone overseas and live overseas and have, you know, married and started a family, you know, though that's something that those guys talk about a lot. And I wish that those guys actually got more play and got more chance to, you know, really discuss what actually goes on overseas and the song and dances you got to deal with. Then these passport bros, like I said, some of them, man, they ain't even been overseas. They still talking about they're thinking about going. So that was my point and all that.
All right.
Kings.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
there's one gentleman that said, I believe it was a gentleman, he said this guy was in Europe. Yeah, I was in Europe, but I mean, yeah, but if you're trying to meet, you know, the school teacher, the more everyday chick, yeah, you're gonna have to put in that work. It's not just going up to the club and, you know, hey, I choose you, boo, and you know everything kicks off like that. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of this I don't know how much of the interview that you had seen, but that's something that I actually mentioned earlier when Melody was asking me about about like when I met my ex's father and her family and things like that, where I actually had to court her and get to know her, get to know the family and things like that. Like her father didn't really care that I was an American. He just wanted to make sure that that if I was going to be with his with his daughter, that I was it was going to be a serious thing.
But you did have to, try to win the father over.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, I'm cool because I know somebody else wants to speak.
All right, well, let's go with Young East because he came next. Hey, Young East.
Young East, what's
Hey,
up?
what up? What up? What up? What up? How's everybody?
Good.
Cool.
Thanks for coming.
All right. Um. All right. So I don't have a problem with the tricking. I don't. That's a fact. All right. I just All right. So
Blue, can you
I
mute
don't have
up?
a problem with the tricking. I
Blue,
don't.
mute up. Thank you.
Yeah. I actually have more respect for tricking than inceldom. Like I think if you're an incel, you might as well trick. So there's that. But I do have a critique though. I don't like when people that actually trick, I don't like when they equate that to dating. Like we had that on the last show. Some dude was equating tricking to dating. And I had a problem with that because to me, well, not to me, I just don't think it's the same thing. Um,
It's
for
not.
example, well, there's a lot of dudes that say, you're paying for the date, so you're tricking because essentially, you're paying to get access to, pussy. So
No,
whatever.
but
So,
that's not a no. That's not nah. No.
well,
I'm
there's
sorry. I
dudes
didn't
that
mean to
say,
cut you off, but
hold
that's
on,
but
hold on,
that's.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me
Oh,
finish
my
my
fault. My
example.
fault. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
So let's just say, because I date. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's tricking. So let's just say, matter of fact, let's just say Melody. Let's say me and Melody go on a date, right? Melanie, she's cute and shit, right? And she's dating, to find a husband and all that. If you equate that to tricking, you're saying that I'm a trick, and essentially you're saying that Melanie is a prostitute. Now, from what I see, Melanie is not a prostitute. You understand what I'm saying? And there's a lot of dudes that as soon as you date a girl, oh, it's a form of prostitution because you're trying to get close, you're trying to get to know her, you're trying to fuck her. You feel me? So yeah, everybody got mamas here. Your mama dated your father. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't say that your father or your mother is in that field. You wouldn't say your mother's a prostitute because she met her husband in the traditional way. You wouldn't say that. So there's this argument where if you dating women in America in particular, if you're dating women in America, you're some kind of trick. Like you're some kind of fucking you're doing the same thing. So I feel like there need to be a hard line. There need to be like, okay, let's really define that because I they I don't know if they're trying to create the confusion in order to justify tricking. Because to me, you don't really need to. Like if that's what you do, that's what you do. Like there's not a real I don't see a real big issue with it. The only thing I say about tricking is I wouldn't use that as a form of like my first go-to when it comes to trying to get sex. Just like I wouldn't say gambling is my first go-to when it comes to trying to get wealth. Like gambling is too risky. It's better that you invest here, invest there into something that you could calculate. It's the same thing with dating. Like it's better that you take your time and you invest into something that you can, gauge. So I'm just saying, I just put that out there because we gotta kind of like, we gotta get out that gray area with that. So that's all I got.
Do you mind if I jump in, brother, on that one? I kind of agree with you as far as getting out of that particular gray area. Like I feel like sometimes when people they talk about these things about like, oh, like whether you're a simp because you're going on these dates with women or you're tricking, I guess. I mean, the case in point is like, no matter what you do, you're going to spend money for something. And it doesn't make you like a trick. It doesn't make the woman a prostitute. I mean, I think the problem is with people, they go way too overboard in judgment. And you have to understand that, okay, if I'm wanting to go on a date with someone, there's going to be a place where money is going to get spent, basically, overall. Now, if I know the person don't have a genuine interest for me, and maybe she probably blatantly told me that she don't want me, and I'm still trying to leverage money to try to win her over, then that's on me. That's me being a fool to think that money is going to solve the issue. I think also too what a lot of people, and I don't want to get this confused with friend zone, but friendship. A lot of people don't really go through the friendship type of aspects because everyone's always in a hurry and everyone's always guarded now these days. No one wants to waste their time, and I get that. But if it depends. Each their own. If you're just looking for a quick fix, just someone to sleep with, then do whatever you need to do. But if you find some type of potential mate that you just want to build with, I feel like the friendship aspect is the part that's missing the most, which is why relationships nowadays are never so stable. And then thanks to social media and just tuning into like some of these other like dating coaches that just gives far-fetched like advice, I feel like it teaches people to like give up the moment that the relationship gets tough. Like I said, I'm just talking out of my mouth for a minute, but I just feel like these are like certain key components that people are missing if you're looking for a serious heart relationship. If not, then I mean, do what you need to do. If you feel like you want to hurry up and spend money, you want to win that person over for a quick fix, I mean, that's on you. But I don't know, like as far as with the gray areas, like we can't be going overboard. Sometimes you gotta be careful like who you're listening to. Take like a little bit that what applies to you that works for you, and then just throw away the negative.
Yeah. So I just wanted to respond to I'm sorry. What was your name, brother? Is it Young C?
Young Easy.
Young Easy?
Or East.
Yeah.
Oh, Young East. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to botch your name like that. But Young East, sorry. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know which passport brother or is misconstruing a woman that a woman that's paid for play as opposed to actually having a genuine connection. I haven't run across any of these brothers personally.
They do that. They do that. They do that. They use that as a bit of a defense mechanism, but they do that in order to because they get a lot of shame for tricking. So they're like, well, you're dating, and sometimes you don't get pussy, so you're a trick too, and all that shit. So that's one of their arguments. Some of them.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that. It just seems that just seems that seems a bit far-fetched. Like, I mean, I'm not disputing what you're saying, but if what you are saying, like if I heard someone saying that then I would definitely be like that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because if if you're spending money to just hang out with this woman, then that's not a genuine relationship. If a woman that willingly wants to give her body to you, that's genuine. But if you are paying her to give her body to you, then that is not genuine.
Well, you know what?
There's no black and white about that. I just,
there is a notion. There's a notion It's all in the manosphere space, where it's better to trick than to get married, especially with these divorce laws. And that's a common notion. That's a common theme that I hear. Like, oh well, the price of a divorce and the price of a girlfriend and the potential bad experience that you might have, even just dating or getting into a bad relationship, you might as well have tricked. That is a common theme.
But now we're talking about two different things, because when you first said about the genuine relationship and then the pay for play relationship, now you're talking about it's
no, it's the same thing.
No, it's not. I don't see it being the same thing, because maybe I'm reading it differently, because I thought I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I thought I heard you say that the men are saying that paying for a woman is like having a genuine relationship.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, all right. So then I did misunderstand what you said, because that's what I thought that you said.
No, it's just that, like, instead of getting into a relationship that could end up bad, let's say you have to pay child support and shit, which I got a couple friends that pay child support and shit. Let's say you pay child support and it like, and you was just trying to, you was trying to vibe with this girl, you was trying to get to know her, potentially wife her, but it ended up bad. Now you gotta pay child support. The argument is you should have just tricked. That's the argument.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I mean that's not my thing, but I mean, again, like whatever a man does in his time, that's his business. I thought that you were saying that there were some passport bros that were saying that they were equating pay for play as a genuine relationship. That's what I thought. That's what you were saying.
They're equating tricking to dating, not necessarily a genuine relationship. They're equating, oh, if you dating, you tricking right there, because you're paying for dinner, you're paying for a movie, you're paying to eat, to get to know her, to be in her space, all that shit. So the end goal is to have sex, at least if that's what your end goal is, as to why you're paying to date her, then you are tricking. You're tricking. You're backdoor tricking, but it's tricking nonetheless. Now, okay, if you're trying to get to know somebody, you're paying for a genuine relationship, an opportunity for that, then that's different. That we both agree on. But I'm just talking about just going on a date, seeking a relationship. There's a lot of men that say it's the same shit. It's like some street war. So that's the argument.
Well, I have a question real quick to the gentleman that just spoke. Can you do me a favor and define tricking based on your observation?
The girl, if you pay directly for sexual intercourse, directly, not no dating or nothing, you're tricking.
Okay, so one of the big things when I warn guys about so-called tricking, I say trick what you can afford. If you can only afford a $20 date, hey, that's cool. Hey, that's just the way it is sometimes. Just spend $17. Don't spend the whole 20. Spend $17. What I have a problem is with guys that's running out here taking some bad advice, believing that they have to spend $100 or more on just a casual date. Now, to me, that's tricking, especially when dudes they spend $100 and then they're expecting sex. Like, dude, just because you bought a chick an expensive dinner, that doesn't mean that she's going to give you any sex. I don't care if you spent $500 over the course of 3 to 5 dates. That is still no guarantee. Just spend what you can afford. Don't really go in with major expectations, and then draw your line in the sand. If you know that, hey, I'm only going to spend $100 on this chick and I'm going to bounce, do just that. $15 here, $20 here, maybe $30 here. And if you're not getting what you feel you should be getting, it shouldn't be sex, but just general respect. Just cut it off.
I spent $100 on my last date, And the shit is this though.
Wait a minute. I did not equate a great date to how much you spend. I just said for most guys, I say just spend what you can afford, and let it be like that, and not walk into it with these major expectations.
The money wasn't the issue. The issue for me is they're deliberately blurring the lines. They're blurring the lines deliberately. They're trying to say that you spend $100 on a date and nothing happened from it. You're tricking. That's what the fuck this, like. That's what they're saying, because at the end of the day, why not just take her somewhere and just go smash just like that?
But there's some guys with the income, they can spend $100. I mean, I could spend $100 on a date, but I'm just too damn cheap. I don't want to spend $100. But there's some guys they can spend $100 and it doesn't hurt them one bit.
Why would you say that? Why would you say not spending $100 is cheap? See,
Well, me and him.
You.
No, I'm just cheap like that.
Yeah, but I don't think that's being cheap.
Well, wait. Only thing I just said was there are some guys, they have the income where they can spend $100 on a date,
right,
and it doesn't hurt them one bit. Now, I said for me,
right,
I'm not going to spend $100 because I'm just cheap.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't think that's being cheap.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. I'm cheap. I'm speaking for myself. I am cheapo. El cheapo.
He's saying
but
that
but if there's a guy out here that can spend $100 and it doesn't hurt them, hey, bro, trick what you can afford, baby. But after you spent like $1,000, don't come crying to me or anybody else. Well, she ain't do this. Dude, just considered it a couple of great nights out and let it be.
Yeah, I hear you. I have the means to spend $100, but I like for a first date, I'm not spending $100. Like, I'm barely gonna spend $50 on a first date. No.
Well, can I ask you a question? What if you guys go out to eat, right? And the menu is expensive.
Not on the first date.
I know, but what if the menu is expensive and you don't mean to spend $100, but it just comes up to $100? Do you want her to pay half, or you'll just pay it?
No.
Now,
are we talking? Hold on. Are you asking me or are you asking the panel?
Well, the panel, because you guys are, it's a bunch of men. So this is something I really want to know. Do you expect the woman to pay on a date, especially if it's expensive?
Let me go first on this one. If you're inviting someone, a woman on a date, you are responsible to making sure that whatever place that you're taking her, you should already be doing like the numbers and checking, how much are you willing to spend? How much are they offering? How much do that restaurant cost? If you're looking at that bill and you're like, oh damn, this came out to like $200 and my whole intent was $100. Do not expect for that woman to go on a second date with you and you're now telling her, hey, let's go Dutch or let's split the bill 50-50. To me, that just shows a sign of immaturity on the man's part and a lack of respect, because think about it like this. If and Melly, I'm going to kind of ask you that same question, like how would you feel as a woman if somebody took you on a date, you don't know where you're going, but you're going to a place where, it's nice. No one is mentioning about splitting half and half. The guy's inviting you out. You already spend your money, maybe putting makeup on, getting your nails done, find the right dress for dinner, whatever the case is. And the bill's high, and he's telling you, hey, we're going to have to go Dutch. How would you respond? Will you be like,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. You wasn't finished.
No, I was going to say, like, well, one, how will you respond? And two, will you go on a second date with that person again?
Well, I wouldn't pay. I would have no choice because I don't want to argue over the food. I would feel bad because I'm like, well, you invited me out. I shouldn't have to pay. But I would pay. I wouldn't give him any arguments or trouble. And then I probably wouldn't go on a second date. No, because he invited me out. Now, with me, I'm different. When I go out on an expensive date, I'm not gonna order lobster tails and all that. I'm not gonna do that because I consider like him what he's spending on me, especially it's my first date. I'm not having sex or anything like that. I know I'm not having sex, so I'm not gonna order the most expensive stuff on the menu. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So
That's just me.
hold on a minute.
Well,
Hold on. So Melody, I just want to clarify. When you ask this question, this is for the first date, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So for the first date, no man should be taking a woman to a restaurant, period. The first date is basically should be light, playful, like really you shouldn't
Yes.
a man you really shouldn't spend over $50. Doesn't matter how much money you have. I have a lot of money and I have a lot of resources. And the thing is that a lot of men don't know how to protect their resources. Yeah, I got it. I'm big balling and all that. Man, listen, F that. The first date is you are just getting to know this woman. Do not put yourself out there. That's leading with your wallet. Don't play yourself.
Yeah.
Right. And
I agree with that.
Oh,
I want
okay.
to I want to speak to that. I actually want to speak to that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, N3. Actually, he makes a
Go
good
ahead. You've
point.
been quiet this whole time, man. Go ahead, man.
Well, actually, he makes a good point. Like, it's just like I tell Melody, I don't tell people what I do for a living because I'm trying to protect what I have. Because if I do, it can go off the rails real quick. First date that I took a woman on when I was living back in Oklahoma City, we went on what I like to call a summertime date. In Oklahoma City is 100 degrees. I took her on a date and I told her exactly what we're going to do. I bought 2 Chico sticks and 2 bottled waters. And we chilled and talked at a botanical garden park. And if the date went well, that first date, if it went well, then I was going to take her out later. That's how I was going to do it. I was going to start off with something cheap and then start off with just a little bit more money. That's just how I do it. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there has to see. And the thing is, there has to be an elevation as you're getting to know this woman. And the thing is that like, okay, there was an article that came out on the New York Post back in the summer, and these women, what they would do, they would get on these social media apps, and they would connect with a guy and go on dates with these guys, basically so that they could have food for the week, and then they would ghost these guys. It's basically called foodie call, and that's the thing. Like some of these, some men don't realize like it doesn't matter how much money you have, even if you are a millionaire, billionaire, do not put your resources out there right away. And a lot of men do that, and you mess
Well,
yourself up because
we're
they
not
have
talking
to.
about that. I'm
Huh?
going too far. I'm not talking. We're not talking about like
No.
that.
I'm
No,
just
it was
saying
just
in
an
general.
example. It was just an example. It was just an
Yeah.
example.
I'm just saying in general. I'm not saying anyone said anything, but I'm just saying some men in general. So this wasn't an attack on anyone on the panel or anyone in the chat, but I'm just saying there are some men that will just jump out the window and want to take a woman first date, 5-star restaurant, but it's like, okay, you got to build from that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And the thing is like, this woman hasn't earned that.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good reminder, Kings of Dreams, because right when you kind of mentioned that, I mean, in my mind, I was thinking about like, okay, since that was the question about dinner, that's where I just kind of like led off to. But in actuality, right, if you ever notice, like, okay, for my channel, why we have our coffee cup logo is because, right, that coffee cup logo represented a time when we had an interview with someone and a lady said she don't go out on dates with men that take her out on coffee dates. And our whole, premise, our mindset is that, look, you don't want to spend a whole lot for someone that hasn't even earned it yet. The first stage in our opinion, ask a woman if she's willing to at least maybe go to Starbucks or Pete's, kind of like a prospect, get to know the person, or just a simple coffee date. And if that person is giving pushback or is trying to shame you for not making her feel like she's more valued enough, then that's already an easy disqualifier. Just like women find so many ways to disqualify us, we got to make sure we find ways to make sure that are they even worth being qualified.
Mm, yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Like, if you are gonna invite a girl out, you know the restaurant, you know the price. Like Melanie said something earlier, like she went ordered the most expensive thing. Um, what I would say to that is, I don't think, Melody, you should restrict yourself on the menu
But
because here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. Here's the thing though.
mhm.
Because if you order like a cheap, like a salad or something cheap, you might make the guy feel like calling him broke, like he can't afford what's on the damn menu. Now I understand what everybody's saying, coffee dates and all of that. You could redivide whether you're gonna do a coffee date with a chick, but me personally, if I take a girl out, whatever's on the menu, she could have. I'm not gonna make her feel like it's out of my budget. I mean, I did pick the restaurant, so I'm willing to pay for whatever's at the restaurant. So
This is the
I,
first
I
date, though, fam.
oh, it could be the first date, it could be the second date. The point is, if I picked it out, I'm gonna pay for it. But the thing is, of course, there's gonna be girls that feel like coffee is a little light. It's like not enough to go out for. There's gonna be chicks like that, but it's, to me, like, you're trying to make a first impression when you're dating a girl, and I think you guys are worried about being finessed a little bit too much, because you really shouldn't be taking a chick out that on a date that you feel like it would hurt you if she ghosted. Like, say you spend $30, $40 on a plate. The bitch could leave after that. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's only $40. I don't. I feel like that is a little extreme to, like, I don't know, try and be like, I don't know, like, to be like, to guard your wallet in that sense so much for like a date at fucking Chili's or something. I think you're being too cheap, and it's, for lack of a better word. But
So
go
But let
ahead.
me
let me ask you.
I just want to. I'm sorry. Let me just respond to that real quick. Um, I'm not gonna order the most expensive thing on a menu only because I'm not giving him none. You know, like I just don't think it's right. Like if I'm not giving
No, no,
him,
no, no. You don't have to give pussy, but the thing is, though, you should
yes, you
you should
do.
give like some.
Box, bro.
Listen, yeah, let's just say
No,
Fox. Listen, if
okay,
you
I'm sorry.
if you spend $200 on me or $100 on me, I know you're gonna expect something. That's just normal. That's just normal.
No,
Like
well, yeah.
you're gonna want me to go
No,
home with you at the end of the night.
well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Okay, if I spend $100 on you, I'm gonna spend $100 on myself too at the date. So that's how it would turn into $200. Number one, but number two, it's not about giving up box early, but you should give some form of affection. Like
That's
like for me, for instance,
One gotta
I'm
be
gonna need
man.
listen. I'm gonna need a kiss. I'm gonna need like some form of affection by the first or second date. Like, I'm gonna need, you don't have to have sex,
Obligated.
but I'm gonna need some form of affection. You feel
Yo,
me?
right,
yo,
but
how old are you, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
Dude, if you going through
I'm
that, it's all
Yeah,
right.
I'm young and
hold on.
I'm young and old at the same time.
Yeah, you need some RP aware, bro. No
What?
disrespect.
I don't
No
understand.
disrespect.
How I need RP aware. All I
Yeah,
said was we need to. This is mad juvenile. It is juvenile. But we gotta kiss. We gotta touch on the first, second date or something. I'm not expecting sex. I am gonna pay, but I'm not expecting
Dude,
sex. But I am expecting you
Jesus.
you gotta be feeling me. Like, you gotta be feeling me on some level. That way I know that, okay, eventually it's gonna lead to sex. So you get me, man. Don't
but it
stop
all goes
playing.
see, it all goes
But
back.
you might fuck up your own relationship because you got this stigma in your head. You expected something. So now if it don't happen, now boom, take you on some bullshit because you expect it. You see what I'm saying? That's why you say you can't really think like that.
No, it's not, like I said, I don't think a kiss is extreme. Like, a hug, kiss, you know, something to know, yo, I like you like that. It ain't that to me. That's a light expectation for a girl that's going out for $100, $50 a date like that. That's a light expectation. She can't do that. She don't fuck with you.
Yeah, I was about to say, only thing I expect is the chick show up on time and don't get us in a fight and don't get arrested. Everything else, whatever happens, is whatever happens.
Right. But let me read the super chat. And I have a question for the panel. And Mr. Bobby Ray, can you please come back? I'm so sorry. I know I took a long time to get to you, but come back and you can speak, I promise. All right. So the first super chat, fasting is life. Thank you, fasting, for the $1.99 super chat. He says cheap tricking is still tricking. Yeah. I mean, but that's not tricking. If you're taking a woman on a date, I don't consider that tricking. And I know a lot of men in the space do, but I don't. It's not,
It's
because
not.
in order to trick,
What if it?
like
What
what
if?
he said, in order to
Is it?
trick, you
Is it?
gotta be a prostitute, and I'm not a
Is it?
prostitute.
When a female take me out, is that considered tricking for a female?
Huh?
Is that considered tricking for a female when she take me out, or when she take a dude out? When she
Good
spend the
question.
money on the dude?
No, it's not. Like, never mind. You know what it is. It's not. Like, that, come on, man. Everybody in the niggas in the chat roasted me. Hey, listen. God damn it. All I'm saying is, if you expect sex on the first date with a girl, you are calling her a hoe. You trying to say she a hoe. Most girls that's in
That's
America
not
gonna feel
true.
like a hoe.
Nah,
Well,
that ain't true.
well,
That ain't
well,
true, dude.
well. Okay, but we could just ask Melody right here. If a girl gives it to you the first night, what you gonna think she doing with the dudes? So you
I
gotta
don't care. I'm
understand
not
where
worried
they.
about no other dude. I ain't worried about no
Well,
other
that's your
dude.
Exactly.
problem, ain't it? Well, that's your
No, but
problem.
see, nah, but
That's your problem.
the thing is, and I'm not trying to diss you, but what I've noticed is that you haven't learned the abundance mindset. If a woman
Right.
gives her body to you the first night or the second night, it doesn't matter, because it's about how she treats you. If that woman is willing to be on your program, then that's how you hold it down, bro. And see,
Fact.
and that's why, and this is why I was saying that you need to be RP aware, bro. Because you know what I mean. And I'm not dissing you. I really mean that. I really mean that.
But you gotta understand what you're saying. You gotta understand, these women, they think like that. If they know that you want to have sex, but they're aware, like, oh, he might think I'm a hoe if I give it to him too early. That's
Nah,
how
she
niggas,
like you. She
that's
let
how
that go
niggas
out the
think.
window. She don't care. She
Ask
like you. Let
Melody.
it go out
Ask
the window.
Melody.
Yeah,
Melody.
exactly. Like,
Ask Melody. Ask Melody.
What?
Ask
Ask
Melody.
me.
Okay. You're not gonna give up sex on the first night. Is that a yay or a nay? Are you gonna do it?
If
I'm
she
not.
like her,
But
Even if you like
I
her,
like
even
that,
if
but
wait,
y'all
you
making shit complicated.
yeah, you never know. Like, all right, don't judge me. Don't judge me. But you never
Ain't
know
nobody
the
judging
connection.
you. We
we
grown.
You
not.
might.
We grown as hell. So
Let me
hey,
say this. All right,
yeah,
I'm gonna say.
like it. Come on,
I'm gonna keep it.
I've never met a woman. I've never met a like. If a woman says that she's never given it up on the first date, I already know she's lying. You know what I mean?
Right.
Come
Let
on,
Melody.
yeah.
Go ahead,
Let
Melody.
me say
Go ahead.
this. If I'm really feeling him, the chemistry is, good. If me and him been talking on the phone for a
But
while,
This
you never
is
For a
know.
while.
Then maybe.
men. This is
Yeah,
filler.
but
Melanie, just say
what
yes. That's all.
you said
Yeah.
y'all been talking on the phone. You said
That's
y'all been
yeah.
talking
Like
on the phone
it's
for a
all
while.
good.
I may do it. I'm not
Hey,
even gonna.
But you've been
I
talking
see your face expression too.
you've
dude,
been
you
talking
still
to him
young.
for a while on
You
the
young,
phone.
dude.
You've been talking to him for a while on the phone, so you already built that comfort level up, so that when you actually do go out, it'll be easier for you to give up the box. That's different. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that she had to put that prelude in. She had to throw that in there, because just going out, just having sex. Now I can see why y'all think that's tricking, because if everything's supposed to happen at one night, then of course you're gonna think it's tricking.
Yo,
But it don't
dude,
go
every
like
time, let me ask you
uh,
something. Every time you go out, you looking for love for a female?
It seems like you looking for love for every female.
You going too far. You going too far.
Hey, I have a question. I have a question. Actually, all right. Well, let me ask you this, okay? For a regular girl, I know you have that expectation that most women are going to not mess around on the first date. I get you on that part, right? And maybe your mind something might be wrong and weird, right? But let me ask you this though. See, I'm going to have to hit you with the superstars. I'm going to have to hit you with the Drake, right? If Drake comes into a regular girl's life and
Oh my God.
he asks for sex, do you think that woman is going to turn him down?
You
Hell
said
no.
Drake. You went that extreme, bro.
Yes, I'm going
Bruh.
that extreme.
I mean, if it's Drake, that's a little different.
Yeah.
There you go. See,
See,
But
the melody, you're
okay.
right.
I knew you capped. I knew you capped in the beginning.
There's a point to this, right? Okay. Now I know I mentioned Drake. I know that was a high extreme or whatever, but think about it like this though. The same thing, right? For a man that's like physically attractive, or a man that, let's just say the physical part, because obviously you got to be physically attractive for a woman to even want to sleep with you on the first night, anyways. There are women that's like that. But when it comes to other men that she's not really initially physically attracted to, or doesn't really find some type of mental stimulation, she's going to say no, or she's going to just say like she's going to wait. She's going to come up with some excuses.
Yeah,
I'm not saying. Yeah.
Why she make you wait while she smash the other dude right
exactly.
Right.
Why do you
exactly?
Why do you think they created a 90-day rule? Read the book called The Power of the Smelly Fish. Well, but you know.
I have a question for the panel.
If
women,
a woman,
women overseas, are they easier to get in bed with than modern women here? Like, you know what I mean? Because you guys do say they're more friendly. And all you guys are passport bros except for like 2. So
I'm not. I've never been overseas.
well, except for 3.
No, they're not. They're not any easier. The same thing that you find here in the States.
It's the same shit to me. That's how I look at it.
You're gonna, like I said, you're gonna find some club chicks that's gonna use you for money. Then you're gonna find some club chicks that will, after a couple of drinks, she's ready to take you to the hotel. But you know, the same type of women that you meet here in the United States are the same ones you're going to meet in Canada, same ones in South America,
Africa,
Japan, Africa. You know, it's really the individual. You got some folks, they just got some hoish tendencies, and they'll let you explore with their hoishness, you know, after a couple of drinks. It's not so much they're from this country, it's just the individual woman herself, what she's down with, what she's not down with.
So you're saying the women here are equal to the women over there? Is that what you're saying? Like they act the same? Jackson?
Yeah, women are women, but the same one, the ones that, like I said, they freaky by nature and speak English. You're gonna find something that's freaky by nature that speaks Korean and Japanese. It's just the individual woman that you cross is what you have to really deal with and navigate.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we move on, let me read the super chats. I don't want them to disappear.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Please read the super chats, and then I'll answer your question.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
All right. So Fast in His Life. Thank you again for the $1.99 super chat. He says buying Melody super chats is tricking. Not really. You're just supporting the stream. But I do appreciate that. Oh, I passed. All right. I'm sorry. He said, men need to trick. Trickin feeds the world. Thank you, fasting. And then he said this, and I think I saw one more. Let me go down to it. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Chow Hound Life on the Budget, for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate you. He always supports me, guys. Make sure you subscribe to his channel because he's always supporting me. I appreciate you, Chow Hound. He says, look, if I want to spend money on a date, I don't give a shit if I'm effing or not. Because bottom line for me, it's a tax write-off. All right, facts. And Chow Hound, he owns property. He has money. He's a high-value man. So maybe spending money for him is not a big deal. He'll probably take someone on a $100 date with no problem.
But the thing is, I mean, we were talking about
the problem isn't the money. The problem is Like I like that. I like the fact that he said tax write-off. Cool. But the problem is the time. That's the problem. That's the currency that's the most expensive. Because you can never get time back. Money you can always get back, but time you can never get back.
Mhm.
But
you
what
know,
if
the thing I can't.
But
Well, I was gonna say
that's
the thing I can't, the thing I'm having difficulty understanding here is this moving goalpost of what tricking is. You have some guys that say just spending $5 on a date is tricking. You got some folks like myself that says, okay, $100 and you're expecting sex. That's a little overboard. It's all over the gamut to the point where really nobody knows what tricking is. Nobody really can define it.
Well, this guy, he just said time is what you need to be focused on. The thing is, when you actually do date, okay, maybe the first date you pay the date, but the second date you ain't gotta pay as much. And by the third date, she coming over your house,
He,
whatever. And
he
then
could come over your
eventually
house
you
on the
hold on,
first
hold on,
date.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. The point is, eventually you ain't got to date her no more. She just come through, and it costs you nothing. She just fucks and fucks and fucks and fucks. You get it. If you had a girlfriend before, you get it. That's how it go. Eventually, you don't pay shit to have sex. So I don't. So you save more time in the long run if you really think about it. But go ahead.
It seems like you
So,
looking for
okay, so
love.
Wait, okay. So for those who are still confused about what tricking is, I mean, tricking is basically a
Yo,
slang
East, can
term.
I ask you a call?
Wait,
Oh, he was.
hold on.
You
Oh,
go
let me.
ahead.
Okay, I'm going to just make it quick.
Mhm.
If you just Google what tricking is in a slang term, it just means the same thing that the young brother said earlier: to engage in sexual acts for hire. That's pretty much what
Mm-hmm.
it is. You're paying for a vagina, and that's what people are saying for tricking.
Yeah, but the thing is, most guys are paying for vagina either directly or indirectly.
Absolutely.
Those
Yeah,
dinner dates, you're hoping that they add up to vagina. You're hoping it don't take too long, but those little dinner dates, the movies and stuff like that, you're aiming to rent the coochie.
Buying drinks at the
Okay, let me
bar.
ask you a question with that.
Wait,
Let me ask you a question
before
with
you
that.
go, I'm sorry. Before you go, there's people like Angela and people are trying to come up. Blue, do you
Oh,
have anything else to say? Because you were quiet and so was DCL.
I'll drop off too.
Oh, you leaving already? You had a lot to say.
Well, I know you said there's people that's trying to come up in the panel, so I don't want to hold them
But
up though.
I just want to
Yeah, do
see if
you
the
want me to go
people
to
that are
Melody?
not
I can leave.
no, because you guys have something to say. Like Blue,
Mhm.
you have anything to say, or can I drop you down for a little while? Blue, look, he's not even there. Hold up, I'm about to drop Blue. All right, Blue, I'm
Wow.
gonna drop you. Hold on.
salute, gentlemen, for coming up. I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah, thanks for supporting us. All right, so let me remove you. And are you there, DCL? Is your name
Yeah, I'm
DCL?
right here. I'm right here.
You have anything else to say?
Oh nah. I'm about to go. I see y'all. I
Well,
see
thanks
y'all.
for
Nice panel.
coming. Thanks for coming.
Nice to
Uh,
meet you, brother.
I want to say something about I don't know who should pay the dating and this tricking stuff. So, man, people keep bringing that up. All right, so there, I don't know how many haters are in the chat, and if they are, they're cornballs. They need to understand that tricking is exactly what it is. Google it. Don't be a dumbass.
Oh,
And
all
also
right. Now that I'm up here,
spell
sorry,
the
I'm gonna
word
cut you
tax
off.
write-off
But
correctly. It's not
yeah,
right as in a direction right. And
Mhm.
besides, you can't be doing that. You should not be mixing money, business with pleasure. Vince McMahon tried to do that. Robert Kraft tried to do that. They both got in trouble for doing that. So you cannot be mixing business with pleasure. If you're going to do something like that, don't do it with a business, and you're going to get audited for that. It's a stupid move.
yeah. Now I'm up here. Yeah. Number one, let's. I know you're defining this tricking aspect. The reality is, yes, tricking is solicitation for prostitution, and it's illegal. That was black people's term. The word tricking to make it sound like it's not negative with a statement on it, but the reality that's what it is. Because what do white non-black people call tricking? Still solicitation for prostitution. Now this is a fact. Too many dudes indirectly trick and don't get what they want. Which you know what? This is why I'm a young East. I'm sorry, brother, but a lot of stuff you were saying was real dumb. And I'm dead serious on that. You went and wasted your time and spent your money on a chick that you know you want to fuck. You couldn't have the balls to tell her, I want to fuck.
See, see.
And what type of game is that?
I knew you was gonna be like that, Bell. But
exactly,
see, it ain't.
I gotta call you out on that BS. A lot of dudes do that shit. You pretend to be a friend-zone woman, finesse and think I'm running a smooth game too long, which she probably go to a dude like me, and I got her within 1 hour.
Nah, you bugging.
I ain't bugging because I've done it multiple times. So that's what I'm trying to tell you and everything. If you worry about a girl's feelings too damn much, this is why you're not succeeding the way you are. This is why you're wasting your money too damn much. If you know you just want to fuck, just tell her. You already flirted with her. Her pussy's already wet for you. Just go for broke.
She already knows.
Afraid of?
She already knew you want to fuck.
No, she did not know. She knew because you didn't tell her. You assume that she knew. The only way she gonna know is you tell her let's fuck. Or she come up and tell you I want to fuck, but you spending your money and days going on a date just to build up. You don't need to build up shit because she already built up for you already when the first time you met her.
First off,
this is what Alexander Curry was teaching a lot of us. God rest his soul.
R.I.P. R.I.P.
Exactly. Mo one, man, for real.
No, but you know what? Mel is absolutely right, man. Because let me tell you, man. There's been so many females. There's been so many females that will hit me up after they've been on a date and come over the crib. I'm just telling you, man. So what Mel is saying is absolutely right. What he's saying is absolutely right. You know what I mean? And I don't want to pick on you, young man, but you know what I mean? Like that's why I was saying what I was saying to you earlier.
Y'all not picking on me. Listen, $30 ain't no money. $40 ain't no money. At least for me.
It doesn't matter how much money you spend.
No, it's not. It's not. See, that's the thing. It's not about. It's not about the money.
Y'all tripping. Listen, she already know you want to fuck. You don't gotta explicitly.
Then why don't you tell her then, young Eve? Why don't you tell her when you meet her when the first time?
The point is, hold on, brother. The point is, you ain't gotta tell her. But the thing is,
you gotta tell her. That's the whole point. Plausible deniability.
No,
you don't tell her and assume that she want to fuck. You know what happened is when let's God forbid you do. Remember the comedian herself say whatever that damn Indian dude is that got like all of a sudden the woman. What I'm saying that that about him, even though it's a bad date, but he never made it clear at all, period, what his intention was. You're doing the same thing.
You talking about Aziz, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like I said,
misunderstanding. She did all that. His reputation has been slaughtered because of that. Because he never made the intention real clear. Because he assumed that, she want to fuck.
No,
but you
she
didn't
was
say
on
exact words. I want to fuck you.
She was on some other shit. I think she was playing.
No, that's the reality. What it is, and you going through that yourself, assuming that chick's gonna fuck. But you understand that too.
All right, I'm not going through that. But the thing is, like I said, they already know. For you to have to say it, I don't know. That's just kind of like you killing the vibe a little bit to me.
What vibe, dude? What vibe? There you go. You making more mistakes. Like I said, you do all this vibe builder shit. She meet me. I got up in the first 5 minutes. I don't give a shit what she feels.
That's that trick mentality. That's the trick mentality, right?
Why we so trick mentality? I ain't spending no money on the bitch. That's the whole point.
Can I say something and then I drop off? Can I say something and then I drop off?
I want to hear from. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so people need to stop getting things twisted with this tricking stuff. All right. First off, when did traditional courting became tricking? Okay, that still exists. Now, does every woman deserve to be courted? No, because some are women and some are 304s. All right. Now, Melody, you're going to hate me for this one. You're going to hate me for a couple.
Okay.
One, when I sense low vibes on a date, I'm the one that's going to dash and leave her with the bill. I've done that a couple of times.
Good.
Second, I know you're a host, and I'm going to be respectful for this, but I think you're too much on code. And I don't think you're completely honest with the answers that you give us. When you talk about you're not going to give it up, you say that as a social construct, but we don't know how reality really plays out.
I said I would. I said if
Okay.
you
Yes.
hear me,
Okay.
I said,
Yeah.
I
Oh
said,
You
yeah.
have
No, you didn't hear. You didn't hear because
Yeah.
I said what did I say? I said Melanie. I said Melanie, stop giving filler, something like that. I said.
Well, it all started with
But
the, like I
that's
said, the
already
first day,
that's
and
No, she
Brooklyn
kept it
already
real.
grew
She
on
in
kept
her.
their
it real.
mind.
She
This
kept it
is what
real.
Red Pill way
Yeah,
is.
She
okay.
kept it
Their
real.
she was
behavior.
just a little
They say
reluctant
one,
because
they
she wanted
say
nobody to judge
one
her.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they say one thing, but the actions is different. If you that
Well,
guy,
yeah.
so make the rules for.
What I was going to say was they have
Mhm.
certain rules. Okay, so this is not on you then. They have certain rules for regular people, but for the people
She
that
has,
they
they'll
view
have
as the
rules for
top
guys they're
10%,
not attracted
or
to.
the
That's
Pookie,
what it
or the
is.
Ray Ray, or the Tyrones,
mhm.
they got no rules for that.
You know
You
the
know,
old saying,
no
you
cap.
It's
know,
not even mentioning the
the,
Pookie and the Ray Ray. The
if
reality
they
No,
move
he's
is,
to
right.
if you got,
alphas, but they
if she
get real
sexually
big.
desire you, if she
He's right.
sexually desire you the way she does, she ain't gonna have no rules for you. You don't have to
Exactly.
be a
But
dude from the street,
but
whatever.
nobody's who's a
You could be
male
whatever.
model like that. Like
He ain't gotta be
nobody's
a
really
male
like
model either,
no no no
too.
no no keep it a band
I'm
though.
not
You
even
talking
done,
about
man. Look, can I
you
finish
talking about
before I drop
Tyrone?
off?
Hold on. Let me keep
Yeah,
on going.
he
You
was.
talking about Tyrone? You talking
Hold
about
on.
Tyrones and Chads and shit? That's like a 0% of niggas. Everybody's pretty normal. Okay, so y'all doing a lot
That's
right
like
now.
10%.
Like,
But anyways,
bro. Okay, I'm sorry.
He's talking about the
10%.
bad, he's talking about the
Let him
supposed
finish.
bad boy image and stuff. But the
Hold on, guys.
reality
Wait,
is,
let
it's
him
a
finish his point, and then you guys can
because I'm
say
going
something.
to drop off when I finish
Yeah,
my
he's
point.
trying to leave.
And then
Go
and
ahead.
then you have people who move like cornballs in your chat, like Lemon Pepper and Black Ops, who don't even cam up or go on the panel, but they want to just continue to type things in the chat. They pretty much move similarly to people like, let's say, this one guy who looks like a DNA crossover between Chauncey Billups and the sloth from Goonies, who's over 50 years old. He's a cornball. Then you got this
I know
other
who you're
guy
talking
who I call DJ Candle, who's close to Medicare age. He's another cornball who pocket watches a guy that's in his early 20s, and then he makes a hit piece talking about, oh, this passport bro is gonna die at 20 in the year of 2023. That is some hoe ass shit. And one of your mods, Black Ops, he's a hoe ass punk too. That dude probably don't even have receipts. Straight up.
There we go.
And one final sentence is that you do not need a dating coach, all right? And this is to you youngies. You first off, I know some people say
I
you
had to
need
disagree with
game.
you on there, man. I'm gonna kick back on you there because I learned from Allen Roger Curry, my straight direct.
Are you a
So
dating
someone
coach?
needs to learn from someone. As much as you may think that people don't need a dating coach like that. Oh, let me finish. If someone you think that a lot of people don't need dating coaches, some people need some tooling. That's the whole point. Even in business, you need to be a student of the game.
Okay. Back then, when
No,
you had people,
it is now.
When you had people
And I
like
see all these
because
lame dudes
all they
online
do
talking so much
bro.
shit about females where they are pair bonding and everything. They need some damn coaching. Period.
All
And
they're
it sounds
doing,
pathetic.
all they're doing is they're taking stuff from previous coaches like Styles, previous coaches like Blue Mystery, previous coaches like Ross Jeffries, previous coaches like RSD. They're just taking it and recycling it and then putting a brand and putting their name on it like it's their own. That's all they're doing. They're taking it from other people's stuff and saying it's their own. You got people like
here's the thing.
I'm
I
not
would
done.
say is with the game, the game can't be not be imitated. That's the whole thing.
Expecting people to drop
It would be
4K.
exposed.
That dude is in an open marriage. You got people like Steve the Cleanup Man Williams. That dude is wifing up a female who's got a child don't even look like his, so he can't even lie and say that's his kid. Oh, by the way, I forced him to take down his live. And then you got this other cornball, John Transtony Queer Style, or John whatever the heck he calls himself. I know
John
it's Johnny
Anthony Lifestyle.
I call him John Transtony Queer Style. That dude is getting smashed by Transformers, and he's expecting people to drop 4 stacks for a course. Wow. All right, Melody. Thank you for having me, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop off.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate you.
Salute.
Salute.
So
I sound like a bit of weirdo, man.
For those of y'all who don't know the art of Will cooks on every panel. That's him. He does that all the time.
Yeah,
and
that's
he just trolls.
No, he's
not trolling.
No, that's what it is. What it is, he trolls. He like to criticize other people of their results so much, and he doesn't get results of his own. That's what it is. Period. He's a troll.
Man,
I call out lame trolls like that. He's a lame
Will,
troll.
I'm cool with Will. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I'm cool with Will.
That's your man, but I call it what it is. Your man is weirdo.
Right. Well, real quick, let me read the super chat, and then I want to go with Angela because I've been waiting for a while. So, okay, thank you, Tim Howard, again for the $2 super chat. He says, "Young man, take advice from kings and dreams." Definitely take advice from him. He know what he's talking about. Thank you for that. Then we have
Mm-hmm.
Life with another 199 super chat. He says, "Time is money. Spending time with her is tricking." I don't agree with that.
Time is money.
That's so deep, nigga.
I don't know. What y'all think about that?
No,
I think it's corny in my opinion because I'm like, how do you get to know somebody in America if you gotta everything is tricking? Like, that's the
it's
reason why I'm going to
transactional and
passport.
shit.
Go somewhere else. This is
Yeah,
stupid.
I've been hearing tricking a lot today, and a lot of it has been like, I figured like some of these comments are kind of like tongue in cheek, so that's why I haven't really been like kind of responding to it. You know what I mean? So I think fasting is life is probably, this is probably a tongue in cheek comment, but if I'm reading it seriously, I think what he's saying is like, if you're wasting time with her and nothing is happening and she's putting you in the friend zone, then that's tricking.
Okay.
I agree.
I'll give
Yeah, but
that.
one
I'll
of the
give that.
problems,
I
And
agree with
also
that.
that'll be simping also too because she's not reciprocating towards your advances.
Right,
You're still
exactly.
pushing at
Right.
her. That's the actual meaning of simp.
Right.
And that's the cue of like to leave that type of relationship. That's the part where people are saying time is money, because the thing is, the point that we're making is that if you're spending time and your resources over someone that you know that don't even want you or have no intention, and you know she's gonna like sleep with somebody else. Come on now.
Right.
Why would you try to win her over money? That makes you a trip. Sorry.
That
A
mean you ain't
trick
got
and a simp. Say again?
Dude, that's the game
You
backwards.
ain't up
That's the
on
whole
game.
problem. That's
Who got
indirect tricking. I call it trick teasing and shit.
You ain't up on
Like they go to strip club and waste $8 at chick just to get laid. Nah, she's teasing you, get a lap dance, and still getting money while she going back to her boyfriend and fucking him for free.
I
You
never
spend all your money
understood that
thinking
in the
about spending
beginning.
time and energy on this chick that likes me. No.
All right, so
You
I'm
can
gonna
just
go
pay
with
for a monthly rent.
yeah, true. Thanks, Mel. I'm gonna go with Angela and then Classy because he haven't said anything for a while. Hi, Angela.
Hi. I was just listening to the fellas. I pretty much agree. My definition of tricking, I just think it's a man that spends too much of his money and resources on a female who hasn't really given any hint, clues, or never told him in a conversation that she is interested in him to be in a relationship that will lead to marriage. But he's just spending a lot of money on her simply because she's pretty, and he's doing everything he can to keep her. To me,
That's
that is tricking and
That's
sipping. But him just spending,
no.
spending, spending, spending. To me, that's my
That's simping.
definition of tricking.
That's simping. That's not tricking. Tricking, you actually smash. With
Not
simping,
really.
No,
Not really.
No.
no.
well, how are you
Hold
tricking if
on.
you're not smashing?
Hold on, really quick. Hold on, really quick. This is, what's disappointing? How there's only 60 likes, but there's 50 people watching, and I know people keep going back and forth. Like, show some respect to the channel. Show Melody some respect. Like this video. Share this video.
Thank
All
you.
right, back to the conversation. Sorry.
Because when you think about it, when a dude does realize he's a trick, that's usually what these females call a trick. Yeah, I got this out of him. I got that. He's a trick. He's a trick. To me, that is a trick. It's like you're spending money because of her pretty face, or you're doing anything you can to keep her, but she's not really showing any signs that she really wants you like that.
That's
And
not a trick.
to me, that is because she's getting money out of him. At
No,
least that's
not the definition. That's not the definition.
what's the
Like
definition.
you smash when you trick, you smash. Whether it's good sex, bad sex, you smash.
Solicitation for prostitution. That's a black people term we use in the 70s, but non-black people call it solicitation for prostitution. Pay for play. That's what tricking is. Pay for play. But the problem is what you're
But
seeing,
you talking
Angela.
about you get no play,
What you're seeing, Angela, is dudes that is not even being part of tricking. Is you have to be direct also too. Perfect example. I go to Melanie. I want the fucker, but you know what? I want to pay her for it. Here's $100. I want to smash. Boom. Dudes is going out spending money too much, paying for a damn car, buying her a car, flying her over, and then she changes her mind. You wasn't even direct when you was doing the tricking part. That's the problem. right there. Dudes can't even trick correctly.
Well, that's what I was saying about. That's what I was saying about the word tricking. It moves all over the place. It's a moving goalpost. Like I said, you got some guys. You got some guys that say, "Oh, if he spends $30 on a date, $30, $12 for the plate, drinks, and a tip at a cheap place, $30 for the two of you. Oh, that's tricking." And it's like, come on, folks. Just because the dude spent a little bit of money on a damn date, at least just to enjoy, 60 minutes, 90 minutes with the lady, it's $30. If a man couldn't afford $30, then don't spend $30. But you got some folks, man, they ain't got no game as it is, but they running around trying to pocket watch everybody else, which is just a bunch of BS.
It's the attention behind it and everything. If you want to court a woman, but there's a criticize with that also too. Too many dudes doing too much. You ain't gotta spend too much money on her. You could be creative. Yo, if it's sunny time and you in a major city, take it to the park. Get some coffee at Starbucks. Go to a nice park and talk right there. Take it to your house. It's a nice meal at your house. She got her own crib. Yo, cook at her house.
Okay, define too much.
No, it depends on your intention. He said.
Yeah, the attention. If you, like I said, if you know you want to smash, you ain't supposed to be spending a whole lot of money like that. Even $30 like that. That's the attention. If I'm I want to smash, I'm not spending that much money on her. I'm gonna let her know right then and there. Now, if I'm looking for a serious relationship and everything, and I see that she happen to like me, yeah, I'll probably take her out. But yeah, I'm not spending money right then and there on her.
Well, ARC's mode one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's and see and what Mel is saying. Mel and I, like what Mel is saying is what I was saying earlier. Like there has to be some sort of buildup. Like and a lot of guys just jump out the window just too soon. You do and I believe Mel. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what you mean by doing too much, correct?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I want to use this story as an example because, being that the other dude was using Miss Lucario and everything, when I was watching this show earlier, I heard this dude talk about how he got a woman drunk or they was drinking and he technically did what that girl did to Eddie Murphy in Coming to America 2. They took advantage of him, got pregnant, and all of a sudden, they have a kid together. All of a sudden, he kicked the woman out recently because he wanted to have sex with her. But unfortunately, she never wanted to fuck him in the first place at all. That's the problem. A lot of dudes. Dudes cannot tell the difference between a woman wanting to fuck you or you feel like she have to. And there's a lot of dudes get themselves in jam situations like that. I call out that dude all the time, like fuck you like that. Like, you pathetic. I really hope that woman juice you, your baby's mom. Because they're only gonna kick out because she feel like he feel like she has to give you sex because you say so. No, she never wanted to fuck you to begin with, and you couldn't pay attention to that because just like what you were saying earlier, you're doing too much. She never wanted you in the first place.
Yeah, well, how you gonna find that out though? How you gonna find that out? Like, you talking about game now? You talking about having a bit of game? So the thing is, a lot of dudes, they don't want to have game, and I'm not knocking nobody, but tricking is a way to like really not have to worry about having game. You just gotta, she go that way, she on Gomo, you just pay for that. That's what tricking's about.
How many stories I've read about dudes that be tricking that way and try to backdoor their way into getting a relationship with an escort many times, and it backfires.
I'm sure, but that ain't. Yeah.
That's
there's gonna be
job.
guys
Dudes
that
can't tell that they job versus if she generally wants you, she ain't gonna charge you for nothing. She ain't gonna make you pay for nothing. That's how you know she's coming at you. As soon as you talk shit dirty to her, she's gonna talk dirty to you back. That's how you know.
Real quick, Mel and East, I want to hear from Classy because I didn't hear from him, and then Blue, and then Marty. Classy, what's your take on all of this? What's your definition of tricking?
I don't have a clue at this point. And I'll be honest with you. I gotta be honest. I have to be honest. I get where some of this is going. I get some of the points, but at the same time, like I said, it moves in so many different directions. It's almost like a woman being a pygmy. It's like she can't like a man. And it's like, I don't know. I'm lost. So I don't know, man. Like I said, have I been out with a woman that was uninterested in me, and did I catch it? Yes. Have I been with a woman that was interested in me and gave it to me on the first night? Yes. However, how often does that happen for me? It doesn't. So I may have to court date. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Does it happen more overseas for you? Is it easier for you to get laid on the first night?
Let me give you my
Be
perspective on
honest.
this. Overseas, it is a little bit easier because the fact of the matter is you don't have to run all this game to get to know a woman. You know, if she likes you, she's genuinely going to talk to you. Most women are generally just going to talk to you. And if they're not interested, if they have a boyfriend, they will politely tell you, I'm seeing somebody, or they'll give you off to their friends from what I got in Brazil. But go ahead, y'all.
No, it's the same. No, you're right about that. Like, it's easier in reference to like the communication. Like, if a woman is not interested, she will let you know right away. Like, she's not interested. You know,
Yeah, she's
I
not going to
can't.
hide it.
Yeah, so I can't speak for Europe. I can't speak for Europe, but in Latin America, yes. But really quick, Marty McFly has to drop. So, and he wanted to give his final thoughts.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Interested to know what you have to say.
Listen, do I still got an echo?
No, that was Melody.
Oh, okay.
No, it's you, bro. But it's you. But you know what? I think if we don't talk and you just talk, we good.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't even know what that is. But shit, I'm getting off this Trickin stuff because it's giving me a headache. I was gonna bring up just a point. Is that one or 2 points? The first one I'll start off with is that dudes really need hobbies, you know, to round themselves out. And the reason why I say that is this, because in my opinion, for whatever it's worth, you know, because I can just be some guy, right? But what I'm hearing overall, nobody in particular, so nobody get offended, is too much focus on one thing, getting her. My thing is she ain't that important. You know what I'm saying? In the scheme of things. I mean, we all want to have girlfriends and this and that, but you know, overseas and just dealing with other races of men, this is not they're not talking 2 hours straight about tricking $20 on Applebee's. If we're just going to put this in the universe, there is no, I get it. You know, we want to define terms, but it's like we like picking through grains of sand on the beach. You know what I'm saying? And this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. It's like, you know, like in Sweet Melody's case, I say, you know, traveling, tricking is such a hot topic. I'm like, shit, you know what would be a good idea? Get a super chat going on so that they can fly your ass to Colombia and you can actually see and interview some of the guys that are currently there. Because it's a lot of speculation, fourth and fifth hand. I think this, I heard that. This is what happens over there, but it's none of it's real time, so it's all speculation. And when you throw in the fact that, you know, you gotta in today's time, we're not in 1950, we're not in 1970, it's 2022. In my opinion, it's more in my personal opinion, it's less about her and more about me. And I don't mean that in the narcissistic way. What I'm saying is that, like, I do other things that bring value besides money. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I know everybody's got their own thing. You might be a painter, you might be into sports. I'm just saying what I do. What I do is valuable, you know, not only to me, but to any female, because let's just take photography and video. Any cute girl wants to look even better on film. So we're going to have discussions about that. And that's going to take precedence over taking her out to dinner. By the time we get to dinner, I mean, the stage has already been set, or the trap, depending on how you look at it. She's going to pretty much see the value. It's not going to be, okay, we're on the first date and now it's just, now we're starting from square one. Now I got to spit my best lines. Now all that's taken care of beforehand because I'm just too busy just to be dating you and wasting time and money. That's just my approach. So I think if dudes really had like more hobbies where they just bring more value to the table other than shiny belt buckles and muscles and money, I gotta patent that. That sounds pretty decent. But then the conversations would be different. We'd be talking about how to buy property, because ultimately, you know, the type of woman who's going to sit there and really entertain these things is not really the type of woman. Like if you're searching for love, because I know some people threw that out there with the guy. I mean, ultimately, if you're trying to find a decent chick, you got to be a decent dude. Ultimately, yeah, we can do the whole, you know, I'm a player and I get bitches from the Himalayas. You know, you see people in the chat saying, I get bitches from 1920. Like, all right, cool. No receipts didn't happen. You know, and that's just the way I look at it. Like, it's cool to talk about it, but it's even better to be about it. You know, so I think if dudes just brought more to the table for themselves, because when I say this, people automatically assume, oh, you talking about, you know, placating to the female. I'm like, nah. When you actually go out into the world, it actually helps when you're well-rounded, when you can have conversations about different subjects, not just about 21 Savage and Kanye West and love and hip hop. Like, what do you know? You know, and then your conversation correlates to the type of female that you can actually deal with. So if you go out, what do y'all talk about? This is what I don't hear in the conversation. All I hear is about Applebee's and who's paying the $20 and who's dipping out in the tips. Like, it's like, that's cool. If you're just trying to smash, I get it. I'm not going to sit here and lie like I don't know what it is. But in 2022, it's more lifestyle, because I think I heard some people say I don't even have social media. But in 2022, this is what a lot of people look at. They tend to look at, okay, let me see what he's like when I'm not around. And this is what guys do to females. They explore their page. That's why when you go onto the page, if she has like a bunch of bikini pictures or she has a bunch of traveling pictures, we can kind of paint the picture like, okay, how did she get there? Because, you know, she don't work at a prestigious place that will afford her this type of lifestyle. So it is important to some degree to have a social media that's appealing. You know, so if we're going to really talk about the dating and mating game, then we really got to round it out. Like, it's not just about, you know, talking and texting for a day and a half and going out and then expecting the world. I mean, my approach is like, I don't even care. Like, and I'm not trying to down women, but she is like so unimportant to the grand scheme of what I'm doing, you know, and it has to be that apparent, because when she sees, okay, this guy has his own master plan, irregardless of whatever I'm doing, it's like, and then when you show you have options, see the thing, and it's not even, I hate to say it's like kind of like game. I don't hate that word, but kind of like showing that you have options is appealing to other women, because it keeps her on her toes. It makes like they like to seem like they're fighting for something that they can't attain. And if they get it, they feel great about it. But if you're just a guy that's just like chasing after them, then they feel like they got you. So it's like they can play you in the back pocket. That's why one of the guys said, yeah, she'll take you, and then I meet her for an hour and smash. These things do happen. It does. I mean, it sounds unfortunate, but these things do happen. And the second point I was going to say, damn, that was the first point. I'm trying to get to the second point. I had a good point the second way around.
Well, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you said that, I guess what you're saying, you gotta build yourself
Marty,
up.
can you mute up, please?
Oh, okay. I'm mute.
Okay.
Like he sounded like, oh yeah, get hobbies, make yourself more valuable and all of that, and have other shit going on so that it's not important when if she does, I don't know, play games or whatever. I personally don't think that a man should have to build himself up in an extreme way. I think that if she don't like you, she don't like you. I don't think all of this he's talking about investing in property or something like that, all that money shit.
Well, let me explain to you. Let me explain. It's really not complicated. And just by your response, I like you. You're a nice guy. But here's the truth. You as a man, it is your responsibility to build yourself up for you. Fuck what everybody else thinks. You should have that fire in you innately. Now, I don't know if you were raised by a single mother. I don't know your backstory, but what I'm saying to you is this. In the real fucking world, it's a big place, right? You got to think outside of your block, outside of your neighborhood. You are in constant competition with the fucking world. And that's just the lowdown. So hold on. If you can't manage a chick at Applebee's for $20, you are not going to be set up to build and be a success in life. And that's for you. Forget the women. So when you start saying, well, hold on 1 second, hold on. So when you start saying things like, I don't believe in building yourself up, I didn't say make yourself Trump. I didn't say go out there and be a billionaire. What did I say? I said the very least, the smallest common denominator. I said have some hobbies. I could have said have a skill that make you 6 figures, but that would be stretching too much for our community. If I tell an Indian man that comes baseline. But see, talking to our people, getting hobbies is a far stretch. And this is the kind of mentality I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? So what you need to do, you need to understand that I'm not telling this to you to talk down on you. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm trying to tell you something that I've already done and currently have success with. So I understand where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, if a billionaire is telling me how to get to $1 million, I'm gonna shut up and listen, because I don't know enough to even say I don't agree. Even if you don't understand, you say, okay, I'll figure it out. But don't say I don't believe in building myself up, because that first sentence right there, and we'll run the tape because I'm going to do a video on this. That first sentence right there is like the problem with us. And this goes back to what I said in the beginning. You sat here, not you, so don't be offended. We sat here talk about tricking, and we're not even talking. This ain't tricking. Tricking on dinner is, compared to the scheme of things of important shit in terms, listen, when I go out, and I'm not trying to compare my lifestyle to anybody else, but guys I see that I would call tricking would be like having a 6-figure apartment paid for a female that they fuck maybe twice a year, and she has a stipend. That to me is tricking. This little foodie shit, I'm not saying waste your money, but it's like everything is, when you have a business, right? I don't know what you do, but I look at life like a business. Everything is allotted a certain amount of discretionary spending, right? So when I go to travel, I have it in my mind. I'm going to spend this much on the total trip, and I'm going to allot it this food, partying, whatever the case is. So if you're going to deal with a female, understand this. Number one rule, nothing is free. I'm not saying you go and pay for a woman, but just have the baseline understanding. If it's free, then what kind of women you getting? I haven't seen. Yeah, I'll just throw this in there. There'll be some guys that'll say, I'm 6'5", I'm 260, I'm solid muscle, and then I get every woman that I want. I don't have to pay anything. That's great. But here's the thing. Even with those guys, I seen the what Jay-Z said. He said, I seen true dreams deflate like a true fiend's weight. See, now when you get to like 35, 40, and you still talking at 5'6", I got it off the muscle shit, you look pretty pathetic. And it always comes around. That's like a chick, Rhonda, who has 3 kids that used to be bad back in high school, who's a bum now. You don't want to be that. You see what I'm saying? And I'm trying to save you from being that, because you're on that road. So when I say things like get hobbies, these hobbies turn into money-making situations. Money-making situations turns into more confidence and more awareness about the world. More confidence, awareness about the world turns into attraction through other females by default. Just like you see a girl, she has big titties, a fat ass, and she might have a good head on the shoulders, so you're naturally attracted to that. You got to understand what women are attracted to. And then you got to, if you want that type of woman, if you want a fat bitch, hey, go be lazy, don't have hobbies, stay right where you are, don't travel, have at it. I don't care. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm telling you is this. If you want a bad B, hold on. If you want a bad B, hold on, dude. If you want a bad B, it ain't gonna be free. And I'm gonna make that a T-shirt. If you want a bad B, it's not gonna be free. Now that doesn't mean that you spend all your money trying to take people on dates. That actually means you invest in yourself.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're telling me, if your response is going to be, I'm not going to invest in myself, then there's nothing more I can say.
Jesus Christ.
I am long-winded, but go ahead.
Jesus. So I was trying to you ain't got to say all that, because a lot of the shit I agree with you. Okay, especially the $20 ain't shit. That ain't tricking. I've been saying that from the jump. Niggas said, somebody said that, I don't like being cheap. I agree with all that. A man should build himself up for himself. That's facts. And I think that a lot of dudes do have hobbies. I guess I disagree with that part. But I agree with you that men should build themselves up for themselves. But in terms of dating, a lot of women do not care about none of that shit. In terms of dating, you doing all this shit, you sound like you talking like a high value man, that little thing that's going around.
I'm higher than that. See, this is what you don't understand. You don't understand who you're talking to. You don't understand. No, hold on. I have to stop you right there. I gotta stop you right there. The type of women that you're dating, tell me. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Oh my God, the echo.
The type of women.
After him, then you, Youngie.
Yeah, the type of women that you're dating doesn't care about that because that's the level that you're dating on. I'm on a different level of dating, which is a level that you should aspire to get to. So I'm trying to tell you how to get there. Now, if you want to stay in the mud and deal with the Keishas and whoever else that cares about the bullshit, then there's nothing else for me to say. There's literally no argument. But if you want to step it up financially, socially, and all those great things that we all should aspire to, then you got to listen to what I'm saying. I'm not going to listen to you because you don't have the receipts I have. And that's just a fact. It matters to people that matter.
Masters, or she got a bachelor's, could be a bitch working at McDonald's. It don't matter.
That's the type of women that you deal with. That's not me.
Hold on, Marty. Marty, can you mute up and let Youngie respond, and then I'm gonna move on.
So I just brought up 3 different calibers of women. You can talk about whatever tax bracket you want. It doesn't matter. The point is, she got to be feeling you. If she's not feeling you, then anything you doing outside of that, they're going to consider tricking. You feel me? So we could talk about the price of whatever. We could talk about this, that, and the third. But if she ain't on a level where she likes you physically enough, for starters, and she doesn't like your fucking personality, everything is out the window. Everything you said don't matter. It don't matter in dating. You could be like, you made the analogy of like Trump or whatever. You could be whoever the hell you want to be.
So why don't you have a personality they like? Ask yourself that question.
I'm dealing with simply dating, and I don't know about. I got a great personality. I don't know about that, but the point is, you're. A lot of dudes are going the long way around it, and then they get frustrated when the chick is not interested because she was never interested initially.
Dude, I'm never frustrated. You're the one that's frustrated. I'm cool.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying a lot of dudes are frustrated with dating. That's why they're coming at me talking about, oh, just tell her you want to fuck, or just, go ahead and just trick, because they're frustrated because they got finessed before, or a chick lied about, I don't know, that she was feeling them, she used them and shit. So there's a lot of guys that's frustrated about that.
You know why they're frustrated? Because they
agree with you on that a little bit. Yeah, some dudes, yes, but others, they learn from other guys also too. And stuff like that. Never got finessed by a chick like that, and they still know the game also too. So I kind of had to push back on you with that. It's not all guys in all situations.
I just know that a lot of dudes are frustrated because a woman lied to them, or they mistook how she was moving for interest, so they tried to put her and all that shit used. Okay, so that's why you got dudes in the chat talking about time is important and all of that shit, because they lost time dealing with a chick that wasn't really interested.
Let me tell you why they're frustrated.
Listen. These dudes be established. These passport dudes, they be having money. They be everything that you say, and they still get used for money. You feel me? That's why that's how you say it. That's why gaming is important. Because
wait, slow down. Let me address what you said. Let me tell you why they're frustrated. We don't want to be on a tangent. Let me address that.
You are on a tangent.
let me address that point so we can get somewhere. See, the problem that we have in this community, everybody's trying to get by for nothing. Everybody wants something for nothing. Oh, I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to do that. They're getting frustrated because they're putting in no effort, expecting get big returns. What I'm saying for you or anybody who's frustrated is when you work on yourself, get some hobbies, get something interesting. Because be honest with you, if I was to sit here and be like, all right, what do you talk about on these dates? What kind of women are you dating? If you're looking, because you seem to be wanting relationships, you're not just trying to smash. That's 2 different things. So if you're saying she doesn't care about your personality, all these things, you have to say, why are you so uninteresting that she don't care about nothing you're talking about? What I'm telling you is I could talk about a bunch of shit. So if she's not interested on 1, 2, 3, I got 7 to 79. I can go on and on. I could talk to white chicks. I could talk to Spanish chicks. I have experience and shit to talk about. If you don't have nothing to talk about, guess what? How your date's gonna be? Hey, what's up? Y'all gonna sit down at the table. She gonna be on her phone. Yo, so you seen Love and Hip Hop? Word? Okay, I'm paying for the date. So what you doing tonight? Can I get a kiss? Oh no, word? You didn't get a kiss. Now you frustrated. I know how this goes. We all been there. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you do the steps that I'm telling you to do, you're gonna have a less frustrating because you're gonna be so busy making money doing stuff that you like to do. She's going to want to be a part of your program. See, it sounds to me like you want to be on her program because you're too worried about what they thinking and what they doing. I don't give a shit. Boom. And the fact that I don't give a shit what she's thinking or doing is a turn on for her to me. Because one, I have options, and most likely I have better looking women, and she knows it. See, if you can't display that you have better looking women that the girl that you're dating with, she's going to treat you like how she's treating you. She's not going to kiss you at the end of the night. She ain't going to fuck you on the first day because she knows you ain't got nothing better than her. And the reason why you don't have nothing better than her, because you got nothing going on in your life. Because you said even the mere fact of me telling you to self-improve, that was a problem. So if you're doing that to me, imagine how she's looking at you.
Did I say that was a problem?
Yeah, you did. I'll rewind the tape. Yes, you did.
Hold on, guys. Can you hear me, guys? Marty, can you mute up?
Yeah.
Can you mute up, Marty? Thank you. I haven't heard anything from Blue. Blue, are you there? Blue, I gotta drop.
Yeah, I'll step down.
Hey, Marty. Marty, check the back chat.
Okay, let me check it out. Okay, I'm gonna step down. I'll let you. You know, I know you're trying to get other people up.
All right, if possible, I want to make a close remark because I got to get ready for work soon.
Okay.
All right, so with me when it comes down to dating, not dating, taking a woman out on a date, taking out somewhere. To me, it's just sharing the experience with someone. As I said before, I am cheap, but I've spent a couple of coins on a first date. One lady, this was years ago. One lady, we were chit chatting, and Alvin Ailey was coming to town, and I was like, okay, well, I can pick up some tickets for that. I got this day off and this day off, so hell, I'll go and share the experience with this woman. If it works out, if it pans out between us, it pans out between us. If not, hopefully she enjoyed the experience, enjoyed the dinner, and everything is cool. Same thing with Dance Theater of Harlem. Their tickets, back in days used to be like $45 a piece. Treated someone to it, on our first date. Same thing. I wanted to go check out the dance routine, but I wanted to go. I didn't want to go by myself, so I took a woman with me. We enjoyed it. We had a little short, romance, and we went on with that. But yeah, what I don't hear from a lot of these guys is just, for them, dating, it's got to be a specific purpose, and a lot of times it's just sharing the experience with someone that you hope, at least, like I said, keeps you out of trouble. Don't be a dumbass and show up on time. And that's something that I'm not hearing from a lot of the guys. But hey, I guess that's just the way things roll nowadays. But with that said, everybody have a great week. Happy holidays and take care.
Happy holidays.
Absolutely, man. Salute. Thank you for coming on, man.
All right, I'm gonna do closing thoughts because it's getting late. So I'm gonna start with Angela.
For me, dating, I mean, to me, it's just to get to know someone, to see if it can turn to something serious and something everlasting. But from what I hear on the panel, I guess dating for them just hit it and quit it. So I don't really get that part. But yeah, dating is just to get to know someone. So you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars. I think people are forgetting the whole purpose of dating. Just to go on a date, you don't have to spend money. The whole purpose is just to get that. Just to get to know that person. So, it's not really necessary to spend money to do that. That's if you're trying to take it to something serious.
Facts. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Blue. What are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts. I mean, Marty had a point. When you got a hobby, that help you stay focused on what you're doing should be part of what you're doing. I do agree with him on that. Final thoughts. Shit, man. You can't. How can I say this? People saying people go overseas for tricking. Like they said, if you go in the red zone area, then that's what you're going for. And I know some people that they go over there, they just go over there and be like, yeah, go over there, fucking come back home. Like what the fuck? Like people, you got people out there that's like that, but you got
Real
people that
quick,
want to go over there and build.
and Blue, real quick, those aren't. I don't think those are passport bros. The one that say, "Hey, I'm just going to get a nut."
Correct.
I don't think those are passport bros.
Nah. But
Yeah.
yeah, but I definitely agree with getting out the country and building generational wealth. I think they stop putting it on there. Well, again, if they tricking, that's what they're going to trick. I think we should stop focusing on the ones that's tricking, pretty much.
All right, well, thank you, Blue. Let's
All
go
right.
with.
Salute.
Thank you. Salute to you. Let's go with Mel. What are your final words?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Loud and
yeah.
clear.
Uh, yeah, yeah. Like I said, Marty made a big key point because stop making it about the woman, and that is the problem. See, a lot of dudes might be frustrated and everything because one, they made it about the woman. Two, they don't want to put in the work to make changes. So what happens? They break parent bonding clubs to try to shame females too much, dissing them so much, thinking they have the last word. But that woman's gonna move on to other dudes no matter what. You're just not the one she's fucking, and that's the whole point. Or fucking with. And some dudes can't handle that. Three, they too much in the. What I notice now, what's going on now, I'm seeing like two versions of red pill, and I would call this modern version, this red pill, dysfunctional pill, because the red pill I used to listen to many years ago, 12 years ago at least, was totally different what it is now and stuff. Now it became more like a therapy pair bond and stay stuck in the mind type session, thinking they healing in some way. Like you don't need that much healing in the world, man. Like after a while, you be in your little monk mode. You got to get your ass back out in the world and put in the work. Especially as men, we got to get our asses out and put in the work, no matter what, and have better results and stuff.
Facts.
Can
Thank
I
you,
come in
Mel.
a little bit? I know I just came in a little late. I was
Oh
watching my
yeah,
Cowboys play.
sure.
Um,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know when to speak because I don't
You
want
can
to.
speak. You can speak now.
I follow a lot of people. You know, I've been dealing with YouTube since YouTube was the letter U in two. Okay. When I was in high school, and that's real shit. YouTube was the letter U in two. They were sued by a plumbing company to where they changed it to YOU in two. All right. So I'm hearing all these discussions about dating and all this other shit. And I'm thinking in my mind, like, who are you even dealing with if you decide to even date or talk to them? You don't even know who you talking to or dealing with. So just because you can get this woman or this woman, that don't mean shit. I done seen dudes with money lose a woman to a broke dude. It doesn't solidify you because you can get a date. I got friends. I have over 30 friends that been married 30 plus years. So you sitting here telling me you over 30, 35 and you still dating? My parents been together 64 years this January. I ain't never heard my dad speak on anything about no motherfucking dating. We are human species. It's a reason there's a female and there's a reason there's a male. If you meet a guy, as far as a female, you meet a guy He has aspirations. He's doing things. Blue collar worker don't fucking matter. Why in the fuck are you single? When we talk about this high value shit, that's bullshit. Bullshit. Look at every fucking celebrity that done got a divorce in this year alone. So did your money matter then? Did Tom Brady money matter? He still ended up with a divorce. You know what I mean? So we gotta get out of this matrix that we living in. We got to start to realize and understand whoever you match with and who you with, be with that fucking person and stop wasting time in life. I'm 40 years old, bro. Like, I wish I could have been with the woman I was with when I was 18 and had all this time with her. I'm pretty sure she think the same fucking thing. You gonna think the same shit when you 50 and 60 fucking years old. That money, I'm gonna tell you, because people talk this high value shit and they talk this money, right? And I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave it off at this. That money don't matter when it come to your fucking health. It don't matter when it come to who's gonna be your caretaker when you old. Who gonna make funeral arrangements for you? We gotta get off this man and woman shit. Find you a partner, be with that motherfucker. Because what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna get old and there ain't gonna be nobody around to bury your ass. Once you start reaching a certain age, you reach a certain age, who's gonna be around? My dad is 86 up in the front, bro. My mom is damn near 80 years old. He's 7 years older than my mom. Could you imagine if I wasn't around, bro? What they be going through right now? But I'll tell you one thing they do have. They have each other and they love each other. Imagine if my dad didn't have my mom. Imagine if my mom didn't have my dad. Then also imagine if they didn't have me. All this dating and having women bullshit, get the fuck out of here with that, man.
Are you an only child?
No, I'm the last child. My other siblings don't even give a fuck about him. This is how fucked up the world is.
Gotcha.
This is what I'm saying. Like, we got to get off this shit where, oh, I'm dating this girl, I'm dating this, and I'm doing that. Man, find you a partner and be with him, bro. I wouldn't be the man I am today if it wasn't for my mother and father being together. And look at their own kids. Don't even want to fuck with them. But I was supposed to be their mistake. I was supposed to be the child that wasn't born. But this same child is here doing what they firstborn kids refused to do. And I done traveled the world and I still make sure my parents are looked after. Who gonna look after you?
Thank
That's
you.
deep.
That was deep. That was pretty deep.
Amen. Amen.
Thank
I
you
feel
for
like
that.
I was in church.
Hey, I appreciate you for sharing that. Like, for real. We need more people to share that.
Well, at the end,
You mind if I share it before I go? Oh, sorry. Before I go, I definitely want to
Pastor.
I didn't get your name, but I just want to say thank you for sharing that because a lot of times
That was the pastor.
Okay. Todd, man, thank you for sharing that, man, because the thing is, I'm just saying in general, and I'm not talking about this space, but a lot of spaces, they always preach about anti-marriages or anti-relationships. But there's also good that comes out of it. Even if you are in America, you gotta find the right type of person. Find the right type of partner, right, that's suitable for you, that you don't even have to go through all those loops and hurdles.
Right.
Your life will be a lot more easier that way. That's just my opinion to it, okay? I know everybody gonna probably disagree on this point, but it's okay. But if you find the right partner, just like how your mother and your father was together, and they raised you guys, hopefully somebody will be able to find somebody that's suitable for them. That way, all this like men versus women bullshit can like cease and desist. because otherwise, these topics eventually they won't be going anywhere the older you guys get. And I like the way how you put it. And Melody, thank you again for keeping me here a little bit longer.
You were wonderful. Thanks for staying. I really
Salute,
do.
salute.
I really
Thank
do.
you.
I
Yeah.
told you we wanted you here.
Yes.
No, y'all. Hey, look, man. Y'all made it clear. Y'all kept me to the end, and I definitely appreciate it.
That's
I
what's
left
good.
I left my info. If anybody want to follow me on IG or subscribe to my channel, feel free to. Melanie, I don't know
Hey,
if you have an
hey, you
IG,
guys hit me
but
up on
yeah.
Todd Traveler is Instagram and YouTube.
Put
My
your
whole
YouTube in the
awareness
back so you can
is
promote it.
Can you put in the back?
Everybody
Yeah,
on
put in
the
the back so you
panel,
can
or
promote it.
my mods, all of my mods, drop everybody on this panel's link. Let's go.
I would
Follow
love to
me.
follow everybody, man.
Yeah, let's
Everybody.
follow each other. Let's show each other love, support each
Right.
other. That's what it's
Right.
about. For real.
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, I left all my information in the private chat. If it makes it easier to copy and paste it, feel free to. Melanie, I don't know if you have a IG account, but let
I
us know. We'll
do.
definitely follow.
Follow me. It's real_sex_appeal
Oh,
underscore.
wait a minute. Hold on.
Melody, I think I started following you when I was in Mexico.
Oh yeah? Well, I'm glad you're
Yeah,
following me.
because I think I'm subscribed to you because I follow a lot of other YouTubers that speak on the topics that we speak on. But what I was preaching today and what I was saying, man, I'm a man. There's a lot of men on this panel. You're a woman. It ain't no reason we should be having disagreements with each other. None. If I like you and I'm with you and we vibing, we have a good conversation, why would you want to waste time in your life? This is what I'm trying to teach people. Like, to me, the red pill is dead. The manosphere is dead because as far as men, we're not awake. We're awoken. So we already know, bro. Like, we grew up in the hood, and I say this all the time. And I was just on the live last night speaking the same shit. How many dudes you know and how many females you know you was in junior high school was getting dropped off by the chick was getting dropped off at school by the older dude. So a lot of these issues we have stem from the home and the neighborhood that we grew up in. Like, there's no way in the world. Like, I'm from the 90s, bro. I remember when the first cell phones came out. I remember when all the shit came out. Women wasn't moving the way they moving now. Was it certain women doing certain shit? Yeah. But you knew in the hood
Tell
to
me I
stay
was
away
saying you
from
from the
that certain
80s.
one.
You say you was 40?
Yeah, 40.
You're 80s baby like myself. I'm
Yeah.
41. I'm
I mean,
46.
Yeah.
come on, bro. Like, man, the issue between men and women right now is based off the crack epidemic, the household that you grew up in, and if your mama, if she's a late generation X, was teaching you all this sexual fucking behavior.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way in the world I'm born into the world and I'm just addicted to sex, even a female. It's impossible. But who taught you that?
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Can I go next?
Yes.
All right, I only got like 2 points. First point, I'm hearing, I heard it from Marty. Shout out to Marty though. He cool. I think Mel spoke to what he said, that it's not about the woman dating. It's not about the woman. It's about building yourself and all that. I get that part. I do. You gotta build yourself. Duh. I get that part. But in my opinion, it is about what a woman is thinking. That's the whole point of all of this shit. In my opinion, that's the whole point of the passport bros. They left because the women from over there think differently. They think better in their opinion. If you're not worried about the woman that you're dating, the woman that you might plan on spending time with, or the woman that you want to smash, if you're not worried about what's going on in her head, you're gonna have a lot of problems. You understand what I'm saying? I think that that's one of the biggest problems, period, with dating, is just that both sexes are being too selfish. So when I'm talking about dating, when I'm talking about taking time with a woman, you ain't gotta rush into sex right away. I'm just talking, listen, you gotta understand where women are coming from. You gotta understand what's going on in her head and how to not make her feel like a hoe for giving it up or whatever. I'm just talking about you. It is about women. You do have to understand women to a degree. Now, there's gonna be a lot of dudes that they might disagree. And to me, if all you care about is your own orgasm, you don't necessarily care if she's in the mood or she's ready. You just want to just give it up. To me, that's that tricking mentality. It's about my orgasm. I paid for it.
Hey,
If I
I
don't
don't want
want,
to cut you off,
hold on,
but
no,
I want to. I
I
want
ain't
to.
done. It's my final thoughts. It's my final thoughts. Relax.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
sorry. I'm
All
sorry.
right. All right. It's cool. Now, in my opinion, that is a tricking mentality where men they only care one. They only sex is just one way. So for me, I personally enjoy when a woman want to have sex more with me than I do with her because I know her enthusiasm is gonna be there. I know her passion gonna be there. I don't. She ain't gonna lay on the pillow and be a pillow princess. She gonna throw it back. She gonna do whatever freaky shit that she's into because she wants to fuck me. That's the problem that I have even with tricking. The prostitutes, they don't really want to fuck you. It's obligated sex. Is who want even in a marriage, you don't even want your wife to necessarily do it off of obligation. You want there to be some type of lust, some type of
Right.
passion. You
Towards
understand
each
what I'm
other.
saying?
Towards each other.
Right. Yeah. You want real interest. So you want a chick that's feeling you on that level. Now, what I agree with Marty is, of course, you want to build yourself up or get hobbies or whatever, so you could be more attractive to the girl. Of course, that's the whole point of the whole level up shit. Even the high value shit, I agree with that shit. But at the same time, you gotta understand how women think too. If she ain't feeling you on no level, all this extra shit that you do is not gonna mean too much to her. It's just impressive that you can have a conversation about any goddamn thing. That's cute. You feel me?
That's
So
absolutely right, man. Absolutely
yeah.
right.
So it is about how that particular woman, it is about what she is thinking. And I know I sound like a game dude because I kind of am, but it is about what she's thinking. If you ain't on the front of her mind, if she ain't hitting you up first, if she's always waiting on you to contact her, if she wants you to do everything, you got to put on his work. You got to be this very impressive motherfucker just for her ge- regular biological general interest. That she don't want you like that. So I think that we need to make that. We need to stop blurring the lines between that.
Mm.
So
And
that's all I got.
that's where I wanted to interject with you before you get off. I've dealt with a lot of women when I was a teenager. Majority of these women were violated in some form. And when you say pay attention to them, I think you need to go a little bit deeper and pay attention to the fact that they might have been violated very young. They were taught to be sexual in a certain way. So when you come across them, you just fill in a gap. A lot of these women fall in love with the people that victimize them, you know. And a lot of these women, bro, like I agree. You do need to pay attention to where she came from, what household she grew up in, what happened. You will find out with a lot of the women that you talk to, the uncles, friend of the family, all kind of people violated them, and it caused them to be the way they are now. The foster care system is flawed. I mean, I don't understand how the foster care system hasn't been investigated yet. I've met so many women that have been gang violated, raped. You know, the foster care that they were staying in, a woman had sons that was taking turns on a girl. I was just dealing with a girl like this. She telling me the whole story. I was dealing with a girl in the UK, same situation. And it's like if we don't pay attention to where they came from, how in the hell you gonna fix the situation? Because like I said earlier, nobody come out the womb horny. Nobody's coming out the womb like I just want to sleep with everything. Somebody had to teach you this. And I'm telling you, a lot of the women I dealt with in my time, bro, they've been violated in so many different ways, man. And a lot of times when they out here sleeping around, they want to relive that. And it's sad that they want to be re-victimized by you, and you a normal person. And it happens to boys too. I mean, we got to get off this, oh, I can get this girl and get this girl. Anybody can get anybody. We're human beings. But until, like what my man was
Well, I
saying,
don't think that a woman has to be or has to have
Yeah, I
been
got.
violated in order to like sex.
I don't
And I,
say that.
and
I'm
I
not
also want to add
generalizing as
also
far
too.
as all women. What I'm
Well,
saying
no, I'm not
is,
saying. I'm saying like most women actually meets the opposite. Like,
Yeah,
having a sex drive isn't a result of a violation. It's
yeah,
actually
but it goes back to what I'm saying. Who comes out the womb horny?
well, I mean,
that's
people
our
that come
human
out the
nature. We're
well, I
going to
mean,
be
I didn't
horny.
come out the
Someone
womb
made us
with gray
horny.
hair, but I have it.
Period. If I
Like,
see
I mean,
some,
some things that are naturally occurring, activates later in life, like in puberty, which is what it is. Like,
But
I mean, I didn't come
we
out the
all
womb
grew
with
up
a
in the hood,
mustache.
right? We all black. We grew up in the hood, right?
yes,
Well,
and
yeah,
I
I'm
What?
see,
black and
and
I
I've
grew up in the
seen
hood. Yeah.
certain girls that made me horny because of the way they
Okay,
look.
no, but what
Period.
certain girls that was young dealing with the older dudes?
No, I understand that younger
That's I
women
hate to
dealt with
say
older
this. That's
dudes.
not my problem.
I know
They
it's not
decide to deal
yours.
with them. They decide to deal with them. That's on them. And
I get that,
I get
but
what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Somebody's going to been abused. But when you
mhm,
hear a lot of stories, I hear stories from porn stars all the time, also too.
yeah,
Same part of it, but they still chose to be in that lifestyle. We see this
yeah. I
online, but
mean,
every
as you get
IG girl
older,
online also too, where they
as you
acting
get older, yeah, you
as
continue to live in that lifestyle. But I'm saying,
yes. But that's
when you're
my point
young and you
is
don't have a
they
choice,
made the choice. They still continue to make the choice. The
yeah,
world
as
don't
they get
know you ain't
older.
understanding. That's the whole thing.
But
I
my
can
whole
feel somebody
point
telling me,
is, when
let
you're
me sleep
young,
for a
you
little
don't
bit.
have a choice. Somebody taught you that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
I
I
don't
just,
know.
real quick, I wanted to hear what Classy had to say, his final thought, and then I'm gonna get to GC and then King. Go ahead, Classy.
Well, my original question, going back to the original topic with Kings and Dreams, I was going to ask him. This is just my answer. I think sometimes when it comes to visiting other countries, I think a lot of times it heightens our ignorance and our arrogance because our dollar amount is a lot stronger, and the fact that we have more things than other countries do, and so, and not to mention that America only advertises the most poorest and shanty areas in all of these communities that they go to in other countries. They never show the beautiful side of that. So a lot of people, I think a lot of people that you see, like a lot of these women talking about, these women are poor, broke, destitute. And I'm like, when I was there, I met a few doctors, lawyers, and they weren't tricking themselves. So I'm like, and I've seen beautiful places. Their malls are huge. And there's a lot of beautiful places besides that little shanty area that they show in other countries that we never get a chance to see. So it makes us seem like that we're better than everybody, in my
Yeah.
opinion. But however, going back to the original point, like my man Brazil, yeah, she's got so many videos of women hating passport bros, mainly black men for the most part, because people have been traveling for generations way before us. But as soon as we started doing it, it's like, well, I don't care, go. And I'm married, and you ask yourself the question, why are you so pressed about a small group of men that are traveling and that has nothing to do with your health, your money, or anything that's going on in your life? Now, if you find somebody in America, congratulations. I'm all for it. I clap my hands to you. But if the men are having problems in America, let them go do their thing. It's not bothering you. Now, you have the right to make a video on YouTube about how you feel about us. That's perfectly fine. But if it is irritating you and causing you problems in your life, YouTube also created something called an X button. You don't have to watch it.
Thank you.
That's my final thought. Thank you.
It's a fact, Classy.
Yeah, that was facts. That was
Thank you,
facts.
Classy.
And with that being said, to everybody on the panel, God bless y'all. Y'all have a good night. and live your life right. Stay healthy.
Salute, man. Salute. Appreciate you.
Salute to you.
God, I love this panel. You guys were awesome. Now let me go to G. Well, I'm gonna read these super chats, GC, and I want to hear your final words.
Okay.
Okay. So Angela C, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate you, and thank you for coming up as well. And we have Andre and Andrea Love or Andrea Love Quasit.
Andre. You right.
I
Yeah.
said it right. Okay.
Yeah, that's my man. That's my man Andre right there. He's in Cali, Colombia. So that is
Well,
yeah. So
they're
that is
beautiful.
oh
Beautiful
yeah, that's
couple.
so that's him and his wife. Yeah, man. But yeah, so that was him who sent the super chat. That's my dude right there.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. And your wife is gorgeous. I love that couple right there. Thank you so much for the super chat. What is that? That's cop. What?
Oh, Colombian pesos.
Colombian pesos.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
so that's 10,000 Colombian pesos. So that's about $5.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Actually, yeah, I think it might be like $3. But yeah.
$3. It's whatever. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. And I thought I saw another one as well, but maybe I didn't. Yeah, that was it, I think. All right, GC, what's your final words or thoughts or whatever you have? Questions?
So I don't see anything wrong with fellas escaping an environment that's not really conducive to what they want for themselves. And that's what's going on here. Unfortunately, that is what the current culture of this country has evolved into.
Call you right back. All right.
I'm sorry. You say something?
I'll call you right back.
Oh, you gotta mute yourself, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
mute up. All right, go ahead, GC.
I was just saying, unfortunately, that's what the current culture has devolved into, and that's where we're at. A lot of people want to escape that, create a new culture of their own, or find comfort in an existing one. And as long as they find happiness there, that's great. They shouldn't be shamed. They should be ridiculed, and they should be allowed to do so in peace. And that's it. That's my final thoughts.
Thank you, GC. Thanks for that. And now we have the man of the stream. What is your final thoughts before we
GC, I'm gonna hit you up. So my final thoughts. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I think that you and I had a great interview. Yeah, I think we had a great interview. This panel was interesting, but yeah. So overall, to the topic at hand, are men tricking overseas? There are some men that are just strictly pay for play, but most of us who travel, we want to escape. We want to escape the. We want to escape the matrix. We want to escape us just being sought out as just being black men in the United States of America, or to our partners in Europe as well, in the UK, and then also with dating and relationships. Like a lot of modern women are headaches. Not all, but there are a lot of headaches here. Taxes and things of that sort, where we get nickel and dime taxes, where you got to pay for parking, you got to pay for your trash getting taken out. Stuff like that doesn't happen overseas. So, and then also building businesses and things like that. So there's 195 countries in this world. Why be subjected to one? And here's a fun fact. 70% of people who live in the United States only move 250 miles from where they were born. That's not the way I want to live. That's not the way I want to die. I've been traveling since I was 3 years old. So this passport thing is not new to me. I've been traveling since I was a child. And one thing I would just say is just stay on your purpose, men. Stay on your purpose, protect your resources. And when you are traveling, just make sure that you got that crimson awareness in you, because you can be taken advantage of. Stay purposeful. Oh, that's it. I don't need to keep
That
going.
was it?
I don't need to. I don't need to be long winded. That's it.
I wanted to hear
And that's
more.
girls because
I just want to say my final words before I get off, man. Just to touch on what he was saying.
Oh yeah.
It's like I was accepted to Brunel College in London, in Oxbridge. So it's like, if the topic was is men tricking, no. That I said this last night on the live.
Yeah,
Bin Laden came out here.
Melanie and I came up with the. Well, I came up with the title, so I was like, but I
I
knew
mean,
it
Bin
was
Laden came out here and went to school, man. He went to Harvard, and who
He
sponsored
wanted
him
to.
was the
I'm
two
sorry, Lord.
presidents that we had.
Yes, I was gonna
But
say he wanted to give the people a challenge with this topic. We knew it was gonna be controversial, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
but the
we
whole
did.
good thing is, it's not about women and going out and tricking. Like, you can actually go to school in different countries. And my awareness and spreading it, just why I love Austin Holloway. I speak to him on Holloman. I'm sorry. I speak to him behind closed doors. I mean, he's 23, man. He's reaching out to kids that are like 16 to his age. And he's actually showing it's not about the women. Like, you can actually move somewhere else and do things and live. Because just like my man said, the taxes, the hustle and bustle of life here in the United States is like, you have to pay for every damn thing just to live here. But if you can go to school and you can go somewhere else and live life, man, where you don't have to worry about so much of the stress, hey, man, I'm all for it as well.
Thank
Well, I'm
you
done.
for
I'm done.
I'm sorry I'm taking so long. Thank
I'm
you
done.
for that. Oh my God, I love this panel. You guys were awesome. I swear. This was a great interview. I just wish, I don't know. I just love you guys. Hopefully we can all get back together on the panel and do something else, a different topic,
yeah,
something
most
crazy.
definitely.
Yeah. But let me just read the last super chat. Excuse me. Is this one of your people too?
Yeah. That's my man,
Domingo
Abla
TV.
Domingo. Yes, absolutely. So, if you are trying to learn Spanish, check out my man Abla Domingo TV. He teaches Spanish, holding it down from North Carolina. That's my dude right there. That's family.
Oh, thank you. You have a great, good people. You have a lot of good people.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of my people in the chat today. There were a lot of good people in the chat today. And my man Andre Love Crossing Borders. That's my mentor, big brother right there. So, that definitely people came out in full support.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody. But let me read his super chat. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, appreciate the live tonight, Melody. Keep popping TF off. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I like his name because in English it's called Hello With Me TV, right? Kings of Dreams?
No, Abla speak.
So speak with me. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Speak with me TV. That's correct. That's close. The big bro. So yeah, that's $20 US.
And this is 20. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Andre and Andrea Love Crossing. He says they say new sub.
No, that's just Andre though. Right now, Andrea's probably asleep. But yeah, that's Andre.
Oh well, thanks to both of them. They're married, right? Thank you to both of y'all.
Yes,
I appreciate it. He says new sub, great show. Thank you. Hope to see you guys again.
Perfect example of a brother who is not overseas just tricking. See, he's married over there and has business over there.
Where he at? Where he at? In Colombia?
He's in Cali, Colombia. Yes. See, if you ever see COP, that's Colombian pesos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because what's his name? Marco used to do that, right? GC, the COP.
Yeah. COP is Colombian pesos. I didn't know it was broken down that way. So it's different than Filipino and Dominican pesos, in the sense that it seems like 2,000 is a dollar. So, but correct. Yeah, it is Colombian pesos.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Which I think is a very beautiful thing. The fact that people can travel and do things opposite of what people think with people traveling, as far as just trying to get women. Like if you can go to school and establish a business, like Dante's Boxing Nation, he has a whole sports bar in Thailand. He's been in Thailand since like 2016. So he's like one of the first before Richie Mack. I even talked to Richie Mack.
Now, my man, you know who's been in Thailand? He's a new up and comer as far as with YouTube, but time to retire. He's been out there since like 2004 in Thailand.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
So it kind of defeats the purpose of the
man.
title, man. It kind of defeats the purpose because it's like it seemed like everybody I come across on YouTube, like talking to you guys, a lot of people have moved out and actually established a life, not just being with a woman or chasing women.
Right.
So I don't get the narrative. I don't get it as far as men are traveling the trick.
Right. Well, see, and this is the conversation that I was having with Melody behind the scenes, because like I was saying that this was things that I was going to bring up because there's a common misconception that like dudes is just traveling overseas simply to monger. Now, yeah, there are some dudes that simply are traveling to monger, but these dudes are establishing business. Like, like I got my apartment in Medellin, Andre and Andrea, is, he's married over there. You know what I mean? And his wife, she's a corporate accountant.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and this is before he met her. You know what I mean? Wow. So she was already established before he met her. My ex girl, she's a nurse. She was established before I met her. Zuna Thailand has his girl. You know what I mean? And what you call it? Zuna Thailand has his girl, and initially he went out to Thailand to just buy property, but the beer bug happened, and you guys can read into that because I don't want this to get demonetized, but the beer bug happened, and so he ended up staying out there, hanging out with his girl, and now he's with her. You know what I mean?
And he was out there doing a whole pandemic, man. So he was out there that whole time.
Right. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He went out there to look for property, and he, right before he was trying to come back, they got shut down. And in Asia, like the rules are really, really strict. Like it just happened like 3 or 4 months ago where they relaxed on the rules. Even in the Philippines, they still got some strict rules for the Philippines as well. But absolutely, man, absolutely. So there's a lot of brothers that's establishing stuff. Shout out to Taylor Made Dreams. He was in Dominican Republic, and he had established some business out there, and he was also helping the less fortunate and stuff like that. Now he's in Thailand, and he's establishing, he's about to establish a business out there. Like, don't get me wrong. See, the thing about it is there's the whole misconception is men have to be about something in order to travel. And the thing is that like we're not just going to keep traveling and not get something from it. Like we want to she's from New Jersey, but we want to establish oh, someone already answered it.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, but we travel consistently, and we want to build something off of that.
Right.
Like the woman is cool. But see, for men who are about something, they have that abundance mindset because they know that they can get it anytime that they want. Like I mentioned, I've been doing events since I was 14 years old. So I've been around women. And see, what people don't realize, when I was doing events back then, there wasn't no Instagram, there wasn't no Snapchat, there wasn't no Twitter, nothing like that. I actually had to hand a woman a flyer, and if I was selling a ticket or whatever, I actually had to get this woman to buy a ticket face to face. So that helped me in my gift of gab. And this is what I'm saying, when some of the dudes be like, oh, you don't got game, so you travel overseas. Nah, my G, I've been had game. I could get it anywhere, anytime, any place. Never forget that.
Hey, I like what you said, man, because I had to school some former employees that were younger than me, and I had to explain to them. I was like, man, I had to go to the library to research stuff. Y'all got the access in y'all hand. Y'all utilize technology the wrong way. I said, if I had technology back then when I had to do a history report and all that other stuff, and I didn't have to go to the library, man, I'd have took full advantage of Google.
Right.
So it's like I completely agree with you saying, man. Like man, you had to memorize chicks' numbers. You had to have like good memory. Like you could talk to 5 different chicks and memorize their numbers in one day.
What I used to do is I used to walk around with a little notepad, but yeah, but what I for
the
real
organizer. You talking about the organizer?
No, well, it's real small. You can put it in your pocket. So
Yeah, it was an organizer. That's what it was called, an organizer.
I don't even know, my G, but yeah,
you had to flip it open.
Yes, but I was walking around with that, and I would just collect numbers, and but you know, like, so if I just got a number, and if I saw like another girl down the street or something, so what I would do is I would tear that page off. Put that in another pocket. So this way I got the number for later, because if I open it up and if a girl see another girl number, she gonna feel some type of way. But I was collecting numbers, and man, listen, man, that's for another stream. That's for another stream. But long story
Those were the
short,
days, man. I know what you're talking about. Those were the days, man. Those were the days.
Long story short, I'm not trying to be too long-winded, but like I've never like me getting a woman has never been an issue for me. Since I was 14 years old, and I'm 37 years old, so I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, you're handsome from what I see. Like every black man on this panel right now, I'm looking at is handsome. So
I'm 40 years old. I was born 1983.
I'm 85.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
84.
Oh,
So,
wow. All 80s, mid 80s. But you all look good, and I'm sure you don't have a problem with getting a woman. I'm sorry, I won't say. I'm thinking about myself.
A lot of the brothers who travel have been getting women. You know what I mean? They've been getting women in the States or whatever. So like that's why like I laugh when when the critics and the modern woman be like, hey, you can't handle a woman over here. That's why you go overseas. And it's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And most of the men that travel and the ones that they talk about,
we don't want to come home to ESPN's First Take. We don't want to have a freaking debate. We don't want to debate. You know what I mean? Like as long as I'm taking care of business, I want to come home to peace.
Right. And most of the men that travel, they either been married and divorced in the United States, so they already have kids here.
Yeah.
So when they picked up and left, like the passport, I mean, I've explained this because I've been on a lot of live streams lately. I've been barely doing my YouTube content for the last 30 days. And my channel is just to show, hey, regardless of what's going on or whatever people got to say, just show you having a good time, man. That's it, man. People been traveling since World War I. Prior to that, man. There's people that have generations of family that were American that never came back during World War II. There's a lot of black people in Russia people don't know about that are from America. Families.
Right.
People been traveling. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it.
Well, y'all know another one I can't stand? Oh, black men go over there so they can control those women because they can't control us. So they got to go control those women. They don't have a voice. Like,
a voice to what, though? Like, a voice to what?
Those, man. Oh, well, you know what? Big shout out to my man, E Rosary, and also culture invasion, man.
Yeah.
But well, that's the thing. Like they think like these women don't have minds of their own. Like if a woman, doesn't matter where in the world you are, like if you are not a leader, a woman's not gonna follow you.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You know, but see, that's the thing, because it's so ignorant, because these women haven't traveled, or if they travel, they probably just do like the cruise, and they just stay in the pure, like the strict tourist area, so they don't know. You know what I mean? They don't know, so they
It's
think
funny.
outside. So they think,
I,
hold on, B. Hold
go
on.
ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
So they think outside the tourist area, like these chicks are just living in like huts and villages. Like, come on, man. Like,
It's funny because I said this last night.
Yeah.
I was like, the women in other countries are probably far more educated. They're far more educated. I mean, their second language is English. Like when I was in Germany, like I fell in love with their soccer team. Okay. I've been there. I got lost, man. I was trying to like find my Airbnb or whatever. I talked to a couple on the street. Man, they sound no different than me and you. They started speaking English. Hey, go here, and actually walked me to my
Where was
place.
this?
So I don't know what they talking about, like far as third
where
world
was this
countries. If
from?
anything, America is looking like a third world country right now.
Where were you?
I was in Germany.
Oh, Germany. Okay.
Yeah, and they helped me, man. They walked me. They spoke English very well. I don't know why they think the women over there are like. You said it earlier, man. Doctors, nurses, speaking really good fluent English.
Mm-hmm.
But they have good fucking careers, man. Like
The only difference between them and American women with careers, one group of women are feminists, one are not.
Right.
Exactly.
You know?
Right.
Yeah, and also the country of Brazil is not a third world country; it's a second world country.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I believe Colombia is on its way to be a second world country.
How was that? Like, I'm sorry, I'm like not good with that. How is it
What?
on its way to be a second world country? Like
The economy.
the economy is
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, well, people don't realize Brazil is a big country. Also another gem that I'll drop. I know it's 4 hours and people are getting tired. I know I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I think we
But
are.
another gem what a lot of people don't know is that outside of the continent of Africa, Brazil is the country that has the most Africans in it, not United States.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
very true.
I'll leave it there. That's it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming. When are we gonna do our interview? You said next year, right?
Yeah. Well, next year is just like a couple of weeks.
I know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll touch base. We'll touch base. We'll touch base probably like tomorrow morning, and we'll talk more about it. But yes. But yeah, in a few weeks we'll knock it out.
All right. Sounds fun. You guys hear that? So if y'all want to come see that, make sure y'all subscribe to his channel now, and subscribe to your channel too, everybody's channel, because you got a channel, right?
Yeah.
All of y'all.
Oh, yeah.
God Traveler is how you can find me. My YouTube channels are based off my experiences in UK. The pandemic broke me and my ex-girl up. So if you see the girl in here, that was a girl I was with. I was actually going to go to school over there, and I know their whole system. I have the Oyster card, all that other stuff. So I knew how to move around in a transportation system. So if anybody wants to know how to move around in the UK, you can get at me and you can email me, get at me, and I can teach you how to move around in the UK.
You heard that, guys? Look up Todd Traveler. Everybody do that right now. Mods, drop that in the chat. Todd Traveler. And now let's go with you. Knowledge and relationships. Was that M3, right?
Yeah, M3 is what people call me, but my YouTube channel is Knowledge and Relationships. So we run as a unit, as a big team. of other YouTubers as well. Basically, our channel talks about relationship topics. We have a ladies' night, which that probably may happen like next year. But we talk about all kinds of stuff. Like we're not like really deep, heavily into the manosphere, but we talk about manosphere topics, feminism topics. We just pretty much talk shit, but in a good way.
My G, it's a manosphere channel. Come on, man.
we talk.
That's how I found you. It's a manosphere channel, bro.
Yes. And how we already know Game Changer 00100. Everybody know him.
Oh, he red pill for
Subscribe.
real.
Yeah, he's a real
shout out to Game Changer, man. I was like, man.
Oh man.
He even got the red chest piece. He let you know. He let you know what's up.
He let you know he red pill. But thank you guys all for coming. This was great. I'm supposed to interview Red Supreme. You guys ever heard of him?
I have not.
All right, so it's a guy named Red Supreme. He's like Manosphere as well.
Okay.
I'm supposed to interview him on Tuesday. So you guys make sure you check that out.
Okay. I'm sorry. One last thing I promise. So Smoke Show this upcoming Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Winter is coming.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's gonna be good. Smoke Show. When is that?
This Wednesday, December 7th at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a smoke show. Make sure you guys are there. Make sure you guys come to that.
Oh, yeah. Winter is coming.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely coming. I'm going to come with my blazer and everything, make sure.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be some things put to rest. So, yeah, definitely.
All right, definitely. I will be there. Okay, guys. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and share if you haven't already. Make sure you guys subscribe to M3 Knowledge and Relationships, Kings and Dreams, and of course, Game Changer and Todd. What was his name? Todd
Game. Oh.
Yeah, Todd Traveler. Yeah. So make sure you guys subscribe to those channels, and thank you guys for coming. Oh wait, what did Chowhound say? Oh, yeah, and subscribe. He's a big supporter of mine. I love me some Chowhound. He's always supporting me. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel.
Yeah. Where is his? Hold on.
Everybody click on that link because yeah, he's a big supporter of mine. So make sure you guys support him as well.
Oh, right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a real estate guy. He's good with real estate. Oh, what were you saying?
Yeah. I just subscribed to you, bro. I don't know if you can see it. I just subscribed to you, Chowhound.
Chowhound, yeah. If you guys need help,
okay.
He's the guy.
Okay, I just subscribed to his channel as well. I was looking for it for a minute.
Yeah, well, make sure he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Good night.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Later.
Later.